Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. Hello. Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
Happy
It's
game
Monday.
week.
Actual football week.
Yes, that's right.
Happy.
A top 10
actual-
team lost this weekend.
Yeah, it was awesome.
That's
It was-
actual football.
It was a game. Only in college football do we open a season. I mean, it was a good game. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But
All the games
in
were.
the NFL, all the games.
Yes. You didn't watch the other game? Oh, I know
Hell
you did
no.
because you don't like football. But the other games, we had a great
I
comeback
didn't watch the other game.
in the midday window. The Nevada game late at night was
I did
also
see a
the
little
Nevada
bit of that.
SMU was very good.
But
and
only
you
in college
watched the
football.
illegal Hawaii stream?
No, I was asleep.
Okay.
Yeah, I go to bed.
Oh, what kind of a fan are you?
A tired fan, John.
Well,
You can only watch so much ball when you're sleepy.
So you
But
watched
only in college football do we open a game, with that.
Yeah. Well,
Instead
what about
of-
baseball? People forget about baseball, which does the same thing.
Well, baseball
Yeah.
actually.
And they played in dumb time zones. Oh, man, I can't wait to watch the baseball season at 4 a.m. No.
That is stupid, John.
See? Your sport does it too. Everyone does this except for the NFL.
Except for the NFL.
And the
why
NBA.
do you think the NFL
Shout
is
out
so
NBA.
great?
They open on a Tuesday.
Well, but no one watches that.
Ah,
anymore.
a couple people do.
Not in October.
At least two people do.
Opening night in the NBA? No.
Dude, I used to get
No.
way into opening night in the NBA.
The only thing I used to be into the NBA Christmas, and now I'm less.
Now you watch because we watch football now on
because
Christmas.
now we watch football on Christmas.
Yeah.
Football took over.
You guys didn't watch the SMU Nevada game?
No.
I watched the beginning of it.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was tremendous stuff.
It
Tremendous.
was not.
I thought it was.
It was not tremendous.
I loved Bruns's tweet about it where he said watching a game where the sun's out at Nevada is like going to a dive bar in the afternoon. And I was like, that's a good tweet.
It is never.
Bruns and I
sunny
were
there.
sharing-
Why? Because it was
text.
really dark inside?
Because it's
Because usually dive bars like really dark inside.
That's what
and
he's
it's the
saying.
Kind of
It's-
place where you walk outside and it's like, oh my god, the blinding light.
that's what he's saying basically. Like,
Yeah,
this is
it's-
weird.
it's
I
never
normally
sunny there.
Yeah, because every Nevada game is always at night.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I can remember watching any Nevada games in Nevada.
Whoa, what about the Boise State game when Boise missed the field
Colin
goal?
Kaepernick.
Yeah.
Don't remember that.
Wow, you really do not like football anymore.
Just because I didn't see one game?
It was a top 3 Boise State team,
Yeah,
and they
no,
lost. It was a huge
That was-
game.
Yeah, that was awesome.
What are you, the
John.
Goebbels of college football?
Under, by the way.
Designated Hitler.
But no, I know that our audience comes to this show for football and football conversation, and you just keep crapping all over them.
I didn't
John, you
crap
remember
over-
that game? That was a
No,
great
I
game.
honestly don't.
That was. A
I
great
don't
game.
think I watched it.
2010.
I don't think I saw it. If
What
I
are-
did, it did not leave an indelible
What's
mark.
the second best Nevada game?
Ooh, indelible.
Saturdays. I don't really watch a lot of Nevada. I'll be honest.
Yeah, they must have had another good player in there somewhere. I can recall
Probably.
some Nevada basketball games with those twins.
Nebraska
and
played
twins.
Nevada in
They
2007.
did.
They killed them.
Played
Yes, they
Kaepernick.
did.
55-10, if I remember right.
Disaster.
Just
I don't know if it was
dominated.
that bad, was it?
I thought they whooped their
They
asses.
did, but I don't remember.
I'll look it up. There was this
I don't remember the 55 part, but it could have been
52-10.
52 to 10.
Damn it, I was so close. There was this guy, I stumbled upon him that year. He used to listen to this program. It was Kevin and Michael back then. He was a Missouri fan. I think his name was AJ the Hater. And he wrote this blog after, that's what era it was of blogs. He wrote a blog about that game and how Nebraska fans were talking themselves into Marlon Lucky for Heisman. And I was like, screw you, AJ. You're an idiot. And then Missouri was good and Nebraska was bad. So I think I hate read him all season long.
Nice.
You know
Not
who
great.
else
He
blogged?
kind of ended up being right though.
Oh, yeah, he was very correct. That team sucked. You blogged.
Scott Frost blogged.
Oh,
He sure did.
Otson wants us to do the Husker Max for that game. We can do that real fast.
For what game?
The Nevada
For
game.
the 07 Nevada game.
All right.
How about Husker Max Saturday's Nevada game for those of us who didn't see it?
Well, I don't
may
think
have
we can
been
find
at
that.
this game, but I don't remember anything about
I
it.
remember
My first
being at
game
this
as a
game.
college student. It was a 2:30 game.
Wow.
All right, here we go. Now, the first comment normally is from Stryker. You know about
Yeah,
Stryker?
Tad.
Striker.
It's from Colonel Mustard this time.
Colonel
Colonel
Mustard.
Mustard.
All the backs had a good game because the line was tremendous. This is the best our line has looked in a long time.
Can you reread that, but in a Trump voice?
All the backs had a good game because the line was tremendous. This is the best our line looked in a long time.
Thank you.
Sam McEwen, who back then would have been writing for the Nebraska State paper.
That's right.
Nebraska
the weird
State
paper.
paper.
Overall, Keller seemed to be trying too hard, especially in the first half. Wow.
Nice, Sam.
A
Good
try
pull.
hard.
Good pull.
He was right about that.
Dirk Chatlin. Nebraska's pound the rock motto in 2006 was nice and catchy, but it didn't always hold true in big games. The Huskers may have found horses this time around.
Well,
Tough look, Dirk. Sorry.
they definitely kept pounding the rock.
Oh, yeah. And finally, Steve Sipple. Starting next week, the answers, not to mention the yards, won't come as easily. Wow. A little more negative than I would have
Was
expected.
next week the USC game?
No, it was a Wake Forest game.
Oh.
And that wasn't a good game.
That game
So
sucked.
it was
No
like
fun.
really boring
No
and
fun.
just not good.
Yeah, a nice preview of what was to come.
Yes, it was.
Well, the defense played okay in that game at least.
Yeah, I did, but that was almost because Wake Forest was not good.
No, they were. No, they didn't. They win the ACC that year?
Did
What?
they?
Oh, yeah, I think they did in 2007.
Wake Forest
Must have been a
won
bad year in the ACC.
They won the ACC.
Hmm.
No, they finished. Where did they finish?
11th.
Never mind. I think it was the next year or the year before. One of those years they won the ACC. They won the ACC the year before. I apologize. They did go 9-4 though. Jim Grobe. People wanted Jim Grobe to get hired.
Jim Grobe, now of the selection committee. Jim Grobe.
Oh, nice.
And then that program was wiped off the face of the planet until Dave Clawson came around.
yes,
That's right.
And he had Sam Hartman with the hair. And then Mr. Banks.
Mr. Banks, my favorite player.
You love Mr.
Oh, I
Banks.
love Mr. Banks. I want Banks and my dog Banks to hang out. I want to take a picture. It's Banks and Mr. Banks.
You should have brought him to Fan Day.
I should have.
Banks and Banks.
I would have had to go to Fan Day.
You had a really cool, could have brought your really cool shield that you made.
Yes, that you made. You made a really cool shield.
shield.
Didn't you make that really cool shield?
Oh,
Josh
you haven't
doesn't
heard
know
about
the
this?
really cool shield?
He's been spending too much time watching
I
Nevada
know.
games. He doesn't know about the shield.
Yeah, you're not plugged in, Josh. You don't know about the
Is
cool
this a
shield.
Fan Day thing?
Yes,
Did you
someone-
guys tweet about it?
No.
I didn't,
I
but
didn't.
I saw it tweeted about.
Who tweeted about it?
Everyone.
Many people.
What?
Because this guy, this fan, made a homemade black shirt shield and presented it to some of the black shirts at the Fan Day.
What
It
kind
was
of
very
shield?
cool
It's just
and
a
normal.
You know our sign that used to sit down here on the floor because we loved it so much.
Yes.
We do love the sign. It's a great sign. We
You
just
should
no
hang
one
it
ever,
up.
never hung it up.
Yeah.
It was. Think of that, except like
Was it that
a
guy?
shield.
It was on the
No,
Nebraska
no,
football Twitter account, I'm pretty sure.
Odson
Yeah.
says, wow, how does he not know about the shield? Jack Mitchell's guy made it.
Jack
Jack-
Mitchell's guy?
So did Jack probably
Jack
tweeted about
apparently knew the guy
Does
that
Jack
made
have
the
a shield guy?
it. Do you, poll question, do you have a shield guy? All right, he probably quote tweeted this then, right?
I don't know the shield
I
thing either.
believe
Oh,
so,
there
yeah.
it is.
Yeah, the
OMG,
shield.
I know who made that. He's been working on it for years. He
Years.
met with me to ask how we could get it to the people who would want it.
Imagine spending years working on a sheet.
Pretty
I wonder-
presumptuous of him to think that people want it.
Well, and who would take it and where would it go?
The team, apparently.
I don't think
He's
you-
known to
you think
listeners of my show as that Paul.
that Paul.
Maybe the shield is our new turnover chain.
Mm.
Shield chain.
Wow.
Shield, turnover
Is that
shield.
Rand Paul's brother?
Nice,
that
John.
Paul?
That
I
Paul.
missed this. So this was tweeted out on August 24th at 1:19 p.m.
Yes, that would have been Saturday.
I was too busy watching stuff. I missed this. It didn't show up
Yeah.
on my
You were
timeline.
knee deep in.
Knee deep in Nevada
Ireland.
football.
No, that was at night, John. I was knee deep in Aer Lingus at that point in time.
You had a lot of Josh. You had a lot of comments on the broadcast, the poor broadcast of the football game.
Oh, it was horrid.
Hmm.
It was so bad.
You were
The audio
the
was
critic.
bad. Yeah, it reminded me. We listened to some games
Joe
over the
Tess
years.
was yelling quite a bit.
Well, yeah, but he was overmodulated.
It was.
Remember some of the UNO games back in the day? It sounded like that. And they fixed some stuff. ESPN thankfully fixed some stuff.
Thank God they were able to fix it enough to the point where Joe Tess could tell me every time I paid attention that this is the most transformational season in college
I
football
know.
history. It's like, Joe, please.
Well, they're
I know
doing-
he's going to be starting the whole WWE gig pretty soon, and
Yeah.
he's got to hype this stuff up.
Definitely got
But
it.
dude, bring it
the
down.
promo, they played it like 45 times.
Oh,
with
yeah.
all
It's going to be
everything's
so
new and
transformational. It's
different.
new. It's different. It's
Yeah.
exciting.
That's
okay,
already
great.
annoying.
Yeah, I would agree. Some of the articles that I read after the game, I was like, I don't like the way that everyone's going to cover the sport maybe this year. Well, not everybody, but some people. And so I found myself a bit annoyed, but that's why I got lost in the games.
Still
themselves.
football to me.
I love football.
Still rock and roll to me.
Adam writes in, Adam.
Mm.
Remember when John hated on week 0 because he hates football? So sad.
I hate on week 0.
Starting to hear this
Never.
more and more.
Why would you ever do week 0?
Right. Why wouldn't you just start then?
Matt Rule was talking about how he would love to go to Ireland again. Is he insane? Is he an idiot?
Maybe he wants Nebraska fans to get an early start on the season.
That would be stupid.
Unless
Only
they won,
bad
though.
things can happen.
Unless you win.
You'll never win.
You'll never
No,
get this.
you're not
You'll-
meant to win in Ireland.
No.
Interesting.
You can't
There's-
win.
You cannot win there.
Charles writes, Jack Mitchell being friends with a guy that fashions medieval shields is the least surprising news of the weekend. Mike says that Paul yells a lot on KLIN. Interesting.
Oh,
Wow.
so he's the guy that's on at 11. Okay.
Wow.
Nice.
Nice, John.
Roasted.
Mm.
Nate Rohr. It's Nate Rohr.
Yeah, that's right. He's the new guy in the morning.
Let's go. You think he'll hop on there and start yelling about how it's
Third down. That'd be
If
awesome.
Jack has him do that, I'm going to strangle Jack. Not Nate. I'm going to strangle Jack.
You'll get to talk to them. What days of the week do you go on again, John? Is it Wednesday that you go on with
Yeah.
Jack? Wednesday. Nice. That'll be
Exciting.
fun. That'll be awesome.
Yeah.
many questions for you about the season and all the season will entail.
All the season.
Hot Danger says 50% of the teams that play football in Ireland win. Exactly.
That can't be true.
Exactly.
Check the math on that one.
Yeah,
Star
I
Wars-
would.
I
go
feel like
lower.
we all lost. We watched that game on Saturday.
Really?
That was a game that you would have complained so much about if it would have been buried into all the other games.
Of course.
Bad game.
Wow.
Poorly played football game.
My friends and co-hosts here need to understand that there is such a thing called grading on a curve, and it is okay to do so. I passed classes because of grading on curves. I'm a fan of it.
Am I
Well,
happy
that
it
doesn't mean it's
existed
good.
for me to watch?
Yeah, what else were
Sure,
you going to do?
I guess.
You didn't mow on Saturday.
I know.
Yeah,
I
you
made
mowed
a
yesterday
did.
like
horrible mistake.
I
like a
did.
big dumb
I
idiot.
waited till yesterday.
I did.
Yeah.
I made sure I mowed at halftime.
It was a bad call by me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very bad call.
But
I
again,
watched.
it was great. Every time I would walk in to check on the score, it was, this is the most transformational season in his. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
At one point, Joe Test said, "Let it rain," and I was like, "What is going on?"
I have come
Tough
to the
It's
hang.
like Sandy
conclusion.
Lyle on a
I have
log
come
Poly.
to the conclusion I would hate living in Ireland.
How come?
Because, I mean, if you watched anything, it was like 1 minute it looked sunny and great, and then the next minute it got really dark, and then it started raining, and then it got sunny again, and then it started raining
And
again.
all those dudes
It's
with
like,
their
whoa.
haircuts yelling about soccer, get me out of there.
Wow.
I mean, they're all in pubs with beers, and they're all mad all the time.
What is
That's
bad?
all I
The
ever see.
beer?
No, I don't like their disposition. They always seem angry.
Yeah,
They definitely do. They're like East Coasters, which makes sense because they moved from Ireland to the East Coast.
that's a good point.
It's true. But
Yeah.
I like East Coaster. I like the way.
Oh,
they're-
interesting. You like their disposition.
Yeah.
Even though it's the exact same.
I like their vibe.
Maybe it's the sports that is what it's about for you. You like that they talk about baseball on the East Coast versus in Ireland.
Yeah, they
talk about
introduced us to this
soccer.
new sport called, what was that when they were doing it on game day where they picked the ball up with the little shovel and they fling it
No,
around?
I didn't watch that
That-
show.
Oh, I thought that was cricket. I thought I was just looking
it was
over.
not cricket.
It wasn't cricket.
It was
Oh.
something different.
I wasn't really paying that close of attention, but when I looked over, I thought, oh, they're teaching them about cricket.
It was not.
And then I went back to doing something
It was
else.
something different entirely.
Mm.
Speaking of announcers, how about Nebraska getting a good crew this weekend?
Yeah,
Somebody asked
but
me,
anytime.
how do I feel about this? And I said, you should feel great. Another person responded and said, it's pretty wild that Nebraska is getting Fox's best crew, even though they're listed as Fox's second best crew.
Good take.
Yeah, very good take.
Although,
Yeah, but then I'll have to remind you that this was the same crew that did the Ireland
That-
game 2 years ago.
You can't blame the announcers, John. You can't
No,
blame
but the last
announcers.
time Jason Benetti did a Nebraska
Was that
season
the last?
opener,
Oh, okay, season opener.
a season opener.
All right.
we're
Well-
taking Benetti away from the Tigers this weekend. He's going to probably miss a Tariq Skubal start
Oh, bummer. Not
Because of-
Scoobles.
because of Nebraska.
Wow, John,
Last-
along those lines, then, you know the last time that Noah Eagle called a night game in Memorial Stadium?
Mm.
I was standing next to him, and then Scott Frost got fired the next day. So,
Mm.
You know what?
oh, wait, he's not calling the Colorado game. Never mind. It's Paul Burmeister.
Last time
When's the last
Benetti-
time he called a game?
Last time
I don't
Benetti
know.
was here would have been in February for the Nebraska
Purdue?
women against
no.
the Iowa women.
Oh, did he do that game?
He did. It was going to be Gus Johnson and then wasn't.
Oh,
For
I didn't know
a
that.
variety of reasons.
Oh, I
Forgot
don't know if
about
I've
that.
heard about this. I don't know if I've seen this nor heard about
Better
this.
off being Benetti. He did a great job.
Oh,
Benetti's
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Benetti
Love-
is a great.
love
He's a
Benetti.
great human being. He's a great announcer. I
Yeah.
enjoy him.
Nice.
Sadly, I won't be enjoying him this Saturday because I'll be of the stadium.
Why don't you get some headphones and plug it into your computer?
But
and
it'll
listen
be
to the
really
TV?
delayed.
Yeah, it'd be like 30 seconds.
Just go knock on his door.
Oh,
Go
Great
say,
idea.
Jason, can I come in and listen?
Jason, I'd like to just stand.
I'll
over
be your
shoulder.
He's a
spotter.
nice guy. He'll let you in.
Max wants to know, why is Eagle not calling the Nebraska Colorado game? Is it still Blackledge? No, they'll be in. They'll be in Brazil. They're going to the Brazil Eagles Packers game.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's
which is
why-
funny because that's not until next.
Wait, so
no, it's the day before the Colorado game.
Oh! I was thinking
Yeah,
of this week. Never mind.
who's on the
That's
Notre Dame
right.
game that week? Then it's
Probably Jack with
Jack
no K.
with.
Yeah, whoever the hell.
Wait, so it's
No,
Eagle
no,
and
no,
Blackledge
no.
going to
Notre
Brazil?
Dame. Notre Dame has
They have a new
Dan
coach.
Hicks.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Dan Hicks.
Dan Hicks is now.
So why
the
didn't we get
president.
Jack?
Because I think that they're trying to move him away from things.
Well, they want him to practice as much as possible on his new number one sport, the NBA.
They wanted to do basketball on Peacock
Get him-
instead.
Get him out of
Interesting.
there.
Jack, we got an exciting promotion for you. You're going to do basketball on Peacock now instead of big college football games on NBC.
You know what? I bet that's what he will probably
People
be doing.
forget Nebraska upset a number one team on the Peacock.
Now. That was, you want to talk about a bad broadcast. That broadcast. Bad.
Wow.
What?
Didn't like the win, huh?
No, the win was great, John. The win was great. Not
Would
the
have been fine
broadcast.
if Purdue had won.
Not the broadcast. It was so bad. Weren't they like talking trash about Nebraska or the fans because it was like the snowstorm and man, nobody's here.
Yeah.
They're crapping all over them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was one of those before they were supposed to go on the air situations, and it got overheard.
Yeah. Kind of like Happer earlier.
No. That was
Jed says, are you really surprised that two people that think baseball is fun hated Saturday?
I didn't hate Saturday.
Well, actually,
Thank
I
you,
did hate
Jed.
Saturday because it was damn hot, but it was nice to come inside and watch some football.
Thank you, Happer.
But you know, the
Or
thing
Jed.
was, and this is again why week 0 is such a fail.
Why?
Well, as soon as that game was done, you were like, I'd like to watch some more. And then
You had to wait a half hour. It's not that long. It's like
Yeah.
Watch Nevada.
to watch Nevada
No, that was the night game.
or what?
SMU.
Montana State.
Yeah. What a comeback.
Oh, great.
what a
cool.
comeback. Don't you shake your head.
It's just not
Again, you
worth it.
wouldn't be watching on a normal circumstance.
What does that have to do with anything?
What do you mean? What does it have to do with anything?
Josh, did you-
You're celebrating something that which you would not enjoy on any other day
Josh,
except this one.
Did you pick a Korean League baseball team when the pandemic happened?
No, but he did.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
A lot of would have been
I
flipped.
did, but you know what? You know how long it lasted? Like 6 days.
Exactly.
Hey,
And then
for me, week
and then it
zero
was
was
like,
just one
you know
day.
what?
I would
This
say-
is the week 0 of the pandemic.
Exactly. That's why I said that. I said, I'm out. I'm not doing this. We're going to find something better. And we did. We found other great things.
What did you find?
The Last Dance.
A lot of campfires. People built a lot
Yeah.
of.
I took
They
a
had
lot of
A
walks.
lot of fire pits were being purchased back then.
I took many
I
walks.
forgot about the fire pits.
We actually went to go get a fire pit, and it was like, nope, we don't. We are out of the fire pits. Everyone was
That's
buying.
hilarious.
the
People were
fire
so bored they bought fire pits.
Oh yeah, they did.
I'm
When I
bored
would
as
go-
hell.
I'd go for my walks, and like every third driveway, there were people sitting outside in their fire pit.
There were so many people walking.
Hot Danger says John's upset because UConn is going to kill the Big East. Okay, somebody said that to me this weekend and said this is bad for the Big East, and I said why? And like, well, it'll destroy it. And I said they were gone.
They were
They were
gone for
already
like
not
8
there.
It'll
years.
be fine, right? It's going to be fine.
I mean, the thing that's going to destroy the Big East will be just the
Football.
just the general greed of college athletics.
Week 0.
Week 0. No, UConn leaving is not going to destroy anything. They literally survived without
All right.
them.
I'm happy that I wasn't crazy. This person was saying this to
It
me.
is
and I was
bad,
like, I
though,
think
if
Well,
Really?
again, there's a lot of people just projecting because they want it to go
for the
away.
record, this person is a Creighton person. This is not a
Well,
Nebraska
then
person.
this is a person who's conveniently forgotten like what life was like 4 years ago.
I very much do not want them to leave.
I don't either,
It would
but
not be dead if they left.
would it surprise me if they left? No. Is it going to infuriate me if they leave? No.
I'll be mad.
Really?
Yeah, I want them to stay.
Yeah.
I think they belong there.
Well, it's much better for the league.
I will
and
actually sit back and laugh watching their football team getting,
Destroyed.
drugged
manhandled.
through the mud on a nightly basis.
And all in the name of that.
If there's one school right now that would love to have UConn in the Big 12, it's Colorado. Hey, we won't be the dogs anymore after Prime leaves us in the lurch.
LSD Will wants to know, curious as to 1620 Nebraska game day schedule. I want to avoid the over-commercialized other guys as much as possible. Well, here's what you got to do, Will. It's pretty easy to remember. When the game ends, you flip it over to us.
Naylor.
Boom, then we're on the air.
Big red overreaction.
Yep.
There you go. That's all
maybe
you
if
need
you
to know.
email Nick Grimm, he'll make a compilation of 4 hours of the best stuff from this week and make a giant 4-hour pregame show that he can just re-air on the zone.
I have so much time for that.
There you
So
go.
I could-
Nick
I
has
could
so much time
totally
for that.
do that.
10:30 a.m., the best of the station.
So yeah, what time's the game on Saturday?
2:30.
2:30.
So
about
expect
6
us
o'clock.
around 6
And
o'clock.
it's you and Nick Handley.
Me and Nick Hanley.
The Handley chunk begins.
Starting off with a Hanley chunk right away.
Nice.
Very exciting.
That's
and
awesome.
Now we do not have any pregame to offer you.
No
this week.
pregame,
No.
unless
But-
Nick makes the recorded 4-hour pregame.
But
But
we do next week
For the Colorado game,
Mhm.
we'll be there.
and post game too.
And all of this is a great reminder that it is Red Out Week.
Red Out Week.
Brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. We'll be at Oscars on Thursday.
Chicken
Thursday.
wings for me.
Oh,
Thank
man.
you. Hot
chicken
dogs for Nick.
wings
too.
and blue cheese.
Wonder if I can eat a hot dog fast.
Well,
again.
we just got you to finally try gravy. Blue cheese will come naturally. It'll come.
Nice.
I'm not going to dip my chicken.
I
wings
would
in
rather
blue cheese.
dip in ranch than blue cheese.
I've had blue cheese John on wings accidentally recently, and I almost threw up.
Let me tell you though about. Well, I would understand that
Behind
if
the
you weren't
vomit.
expecting it, right? It's like when you pick up a
A
glass of
water
clear
and it's
liquid
Sprite.
And it's bleach.
it's
and it
vodka.
ends up being bleach or vodka.
Bad times.
So I would understand
Hate
that.
accidentally drinking bleach.
Yeah, me too, man.
No, I was once like you. I did not like the blue cheese.
Smart
think we'll
handsome.
grow
But it was
into
more likely. No, I was never smart nor handsome. Damn it. But it grew on me.
You think we'll grow into it?
You could. It did with me. Now it took me a long time. But I'll tell you, I found.
Sounds like
I
Stockholm
realized something about ranch.
syndrome. It's delicious.
It's perfect.
Nectar of the gods.
It's okay, but
Overused.
well, yes,
You guys
But-
are such freaks.
but there's
It is.
but there's so many
Weird.
ranches out there that are basically just getting away with being ranch.
Oh, no,
Oh,
that's a good
that's good.
take.
Yeah.
Because, for example, so the wife brought. She went to the store and we had
Pizza.
grilled spicy chicken sandwiches. We just marinate.
Yum.
We just marinate the chicken breasts in the Franks and we grilled them.
Mhm.
That sounds
So we
good.
have spicy chicken sandwiches, and I like to use ranch as my sandwich spread. Like mayonnaise, except with flavor. But there are
It's
so
not
many
like that.
ranches that are just getting away with using the name.
Yeah.
And it's basically just like gloop. It's basically like spreading mayonnaise. There's no flavor. But the wife found the Whataburger.
Yeah.
They sell the Whataburger.
Yes, I
One.
bought that
In-
before. I
Oh.
was not overly impressed.
But it was very ranchy.
It was
Very ranchy. It had a very ranch forward.
it was definitely very rich. It was
Yes,
very
it
rich.
was, which is why I'm glad I didn't use a big schmear of it.
Yeah, I bought that. I experimented with that, John, and I
Wasn't a fan?
I don't
You
think
didn't
I'm
like?
going back. I'm
You
not
didn't
going
like?
back.
Okay.
Rissa started
Well, it is
making
very
for
ranch
us.
forward.
Maybe
She
maybe
made ranch
I'm
last night. It was great.
maybe I'm used to diet ranch.
Interesting.
Diet
Because
ranch.
that's
I mean-
like full leaded ranch.
Oh yeah, that is full-leaded ranch,
Yeah, that's
which I believe was the sequel to Full Metal Jacket. Full-leaded ranch. Bademan Wade says blue cheese is ranch that actually tastes good.
Oh.
Wow, hot take.
Yeah.
I don't like eating mold.
Yeah.
See now, the GB and now I'm glad Jack's not here yet because he'll lose his mind if I says, dare I say, I think now I like the Amigos Ranch. It's good for what it is.
Wow.
But I think the Amigos Ranch has kind of led the local march into the diet ranch.
It's
oh
a
wait,
bit
you don't
drippy.
like that kind? Oh, see, that's how I like my ranch.
It's fine,
like
but
that runs
but you compare that to the
Oscars.
Whataburger Ranch that I had, and it's like
so you want it thicker.
no,
It
it's not.
does.
It's not even
I
about the
don't.
viscosity. It's about the
flavor.
the flavor.
The pow.
Oh, interesting. Because I feel like
the
thicker it
Whataburger
is,
Ranch
the
was
worse
like bam!
is.
I was like
Oh,
wow.
yeah. That's
And the ranch and the Amigos is fine, but it's kind of like going from Diet Coke to Coke.
I like the ranch next door. The ranch next door is really good.
Oh yeah, theirs is good.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure.
the ranch next door.
Goldberg's.
Goldberg's.
Oh, I've
Yeah.
never been there.
What?
Wow, you've worked here for 2.5 years.
Weird.
You should try it.
Get some curly fries.
Yeah, those curly fries are
Get
tasty.
some
man.
curly
When am I
fries.
going to go to Goldberg's?
After you're done on the show.
You can order it right now, and they'll have it ready for you.
I have to go take pictures.
It's picture day.
It was picture day for the morning show too.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Great. So we got to be the guinea pig. So you'll get all the good-looking pictures, and we'll be the
Well,
ones
it is a
that-
nicer.
Well,
day.
unfortunately,
Oh
it's
no, it's a billion
800
degrees.
Oh,
degrees.
that's
Where are you
right.
guys doing yours at? I
Same
guess.
place you did.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Oh,
going to
you're
the
go-
same place? I thought you were going closer.
Where did
That was
mor-
the original plan. It is no longer the plan.
Where did the morning go? Sure.
That same place.
Oh, so everyone went to the ballpark.
Oh,
That is how it turned out. Yes.
because
Oh.
I thought they
I
were
get-
going to be closer to somebody's house.
Yeah, they were.
Mhm.
That's where they were going to go, and then you guys were going to go over to. Yeah, interesting.
Hmm.
Wow. All right.
It's not the way it's
You can
going.
get some ice cream while you're down there.
Mm.
Here's a question from Kyle. What's the over-under on football games watched by John? Got to be 1.5. Can only guarantee he will watch the Rams Huskers play during prime car washing time. Yeah, John, what are you thinking about? 1.5 games a
See,
weekend?
that is totally false. Just because I don't watch every game known to mankind doesn't mean I don't watch. I watched more of the Florida State game than I thought I would.
Yeah? It's a great game.
I mean, it was good.
No,
It was entertaining.
yeah, sure.
It was entertaining.
If
Good
Nebraska-
football, probably not. Entertaining, yes.
Well, Nebraska plays at 2:30. That's the perfect opportunity for me to watch an 11 o'clock game. So I'll pick an 11 o'clock game this weekend. Who plays at 11 this week?
Clemson,
Josh?
Georgia.
That'll probably be pretty
That
good.
sucks.
That'll probably be pretty good. Clemson might be
I'll have
okay.
to travel to the stadium. And
Well, you'll be at the stadium, yeah.
I guess I'll catch the end of it. But the problem is
Illinois
when you go to the
State at
stadium,
Iowa?
they
Out.
like 30 minutes before kickoff, they switch all the TVs and they take all the games off so we can watch the Husker Vision.
I
feed.
got
It's
another
like,
game for you. Penn State at West Virginia.
Yeah, that is definitely intriguing.
That is a banger.
I would
as the
say
kids
I
call
would
it.
say that somebody should watch out.
Yeah.
Somebody with a little number next to their name.
Watch out.
I'll just say this, too. If you're looking for something other than the Nebraska UTEP game to watch on Saturday, you want something really great, flip on over to BTN and check out that great spotting work done by your boy for Lisa Bynington at the Northwestern game.
Oh, I can't. Everyone pay attention.
Yes.
If Lisa misidentifies a player,
She's going to do great because I will be there.
then we can all blame Josh.
And
It's the game on the lake. This game's going to rock.
who is Northwestern playing?
Miami of Ohio. It's a
Are
big
you
game, Happer.
are you at all
in
concerned
the tiny baby stadium.
that
Oh, I can't
the
wait.
tiny baby man-made press box will crumble to the ground while you're in it?
No.
Okay.
I
That's
had
good.
not thought of my death at all.
Bobby! Bang, 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 bang!
Oh, okay.
MVP. Did you see that?
No, I actually missed
Well,
it.
yes, I did see it. I saw it before you saw it.
What
Home
number?
Run.
What number is that for the season?
Probably about 28 would be my guess.
He could have used about a half dozen of those yesterday and Saturday.
And gone. Oh, what a player.
Baseball.
Oh, my
Do you really
goodness.
think he's the MVP?
I think,
Well, he doesn't play in New York.
yeah, that's
And he's-
That guy
unfortunate
is
for him.
good this year, man.
He is. He is very good.
Which
Aaron
one?
Aaron Judge. Wait, who are you talking
Well,
about?
Soto.
Aaron Judge and Juan Soto both are great.
I always
There-
forget. Look at
There
Nick.
will be quite the discourse throughout the final month of the season between New York people and other people around the country debating on how many Bobby Witt Jr. home runs there would be if he played in tiny baby ballpark.
Oh, interesting.
And conversely, how many Aaron Judge home runs there would be if he didn't play in tiny baby ballpark.
I had not thought
You know,
about that.
Them
It's already
playing-
happening.
The Rockies playing in New York kind of juiced some of their stats because the Rockies have bad pitching anyway.
Yeah.
And then they're playing in their ballpark.
They-
You
It's
should
thin
be
air.
happy. They creamed the Yankees on Saturday.
Yeah,
Oh.
they did.
Who are they? Nick Saban? A little cream pie
I
action?
didn't get to watch it though
Yikes.
because I was at a wedding on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. How'd that go?
It was fine. It was a wedding.
By the way, where you been, Nick? You haven't said anything this whole crossover.
I had nothing to contribute. I didn't get to watch any football because I was at a wedding
We haven't even been talking about
doing wedding
football.
things.
Yeah.
Poor
God,
Nick.
You
I
going to
know
rip
my
him
place.
now for not watching more football this
No, he's at a
weekend?
wedding. Also, he doesn't pretend to like football like you do.
I don't
Wow.
pretend to like football.
Yeah, I know. You're doing a bad job at it now. The true John has started to show his true colors over the last
I think
year.
John's been very forthcoming about his love for football.
I love football.
See, at least when I say I don't like college basketball, I just come out and say it. It's a bad sport. And I don't like it.
I don't like
But
all
John is
basketball.
like, I just don't get excited like you do. Like,
Well,
then-
I don't.
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
you don't
because
like
you
it.
don't
Just
like
say you
it.
don't like it.
John, how is there something, or Josh, how is there something wrong with
There's
him?
someone
What's
else
wrong
who
with
was like,
you?
you're either a fanatic or you're an enemy. You're either with us or you're against us. Someone else famous once said that.
I also say that wrestling is a stupid sport. Everyone else is afraid to tell the truth, though.
No, everyone says that.
People, no, not John. John pretends to like it because he wants.
No,
to,
I never
those
said I like it. I just respect the competitors who compete.
Nice.
It's the idiots who run.
See?
Those are the ones
There
who
you go.
deserve
Disrespects
disrespect.
running.
No, he disrespects it.
By the way, what would today be in running temperature?
Oh God, I did go
Would it
for
be
a run
like
this
running
morning.
on Mercury?
Pretty close. Venus at the very least.
Venus.
Didn't you say it added 40 degrees or
20,
something?
20 degrees. This is normal. Everyone agrees on this except for you two idiot. Well, this idiot.
What do you
I
mean?
don't know how you-
There's nothing to
Yeah, I think
disagree with.
I couldn't remember how
You're
you.
telling me it's 20 degrees hotter than it actually is. I'm forced to believe you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You should never believe Josh on science subjects, ever.
Believe me. Believe me.
So it's 130
this is-
degrees.
basically.
Wow.
If you run, it's not if you just run. It's if you run a race, like if you run hard.
Competitively.
Correct. That's what it is.
So if I just ran,
it's why, okay.
it wouldn't be 130?
I don't know why this is so hard to understand, but like this. John, on a day where it is 40 degrees, would you want to hang out outside in 40-degree weather in shorts and a T-shirt for 3 hours?
I would not.
Okay. But yet I run in shorts and a T-shirt when it's that because I get warmer. That's maybe the simplest way that I can understand it for your pea-sized brain.
My pea-sized brain is smart enough to realize that
Josh,
running's just not good.
You're
anyway.
telling me that if I am sweating,
yeah,
it becomes warmer. Is this true? This is what you're for. You're
sure.
This is the science.
If you're running, if you're moving, I think this. I
never heard that theory before. I like
not
it.
A theory.
Yeah,
it's proven.
Sounds
it's
interesting.
all in your mind, your weak mind.
Weak mind. My mind is strong.
I bet a Jedi could mind trick you.
Probably.
What's your favorite new commercial this year, Josh?
You know, I did a great job, as always, at ignoring them. So John's talked about commercials. I didn't see any of them. I got nothing for
Two
them.
hot coffees.
Yeah, it was there the commercial.
No, I
for
didn't
that.
see. I don't remember any.
I think that there was a new fan. I think I heard the word Fansville.
Oh, of course there was
but
a new
I
Fansville.
didn't ever watch it, so I don't know what's going on in Fansville
There we
this
go.
year.
John, what's going on in Fansville, your favorite soap opera?
I don't know. I haven't seen a new Fansville commercial. I just saw a trailer for the Fansville.
A trailer for a commercial.
Sue me. I like Fansville.
I don't actually mind Fansville.
Yeah, I hate Fansville.
Fansville is fine. It's a hell of a lot better than what's her ass from Saturday Night Live selling me cell phones.
Oh, the
What?
Verizon commercials?
Yeah, those don't exist
commercials.
anymore, thank God, but those were annoying.
Who from Saturday Night Live
I
selling?
think it's Kate McKinnon.
Yeah, her.
Oh yeah, she was on a bunch of commercials.
Odson says, I may have missed something, and then parentheses, doing work. But John strikes me as a guy that doesn't believe in heat index or wind chill. John, is that true?
It wouldn't be so bad
it's
if it weren't for the wind.
but just the random number that they pick, it's just a random.
How do you feel
number
about wet bulbs? Are you a wet bulb guy?
I know that days like this suck. That's all I need to know.
I've never
Bad or good? It's
I don't
pretty
know
simple.
what wet bulb is. I've never
It's,
looked into
it's,
it.
it's the 900th new way of measuring humidity.
Ask Jack when we have him on.
We
He'll
have a
tell you all about it.
bazillion ways to measure humidity.
Wet
apparently.
bulb is the measure of the heat stress in direct sunlight.
There
Pretty
you go.
simple.
All right. So the bulb gets wet?
The bulb.
The bulb is wet.
The bulb is very wet.
The bulb. I
I don't
believe,
understand
starts
dew
wet.
points. I don't understand what a dew point is.
You don't do the do?
Nope. Don't know what a dew point is.
Yeah, what is a dew
It's the
point?
temperature at which the dew forms on the grass.
Yeah, when you wake up in the morning, you see the morning dew. You
Why
see
would
it,
we
you
need
run.
to know that?
Well, again, it's another measure of humidity. The higher the dew point, the higher the humidity. So, like today, it's probably in the 70s in dew point, which is very, very, very.
All I know
moist.
is last night at about midnight, I looked at my phone and it said that it was 84 degrees, and I didn't like that.
I got home from the soccer match because they just stopped for a bunch of water breaks last night. So I didn't get home. You know, normally soccer, 2 hours in and out.
Mhm.
I think I got it to my car 2 hours and 40 minutes after the match started. And by the time I got home, it was still above 90 degrees, or maybe it was the high 80s. And I was like, this is gross.
What did you guys do during your broadcast of the water break?
We went to a commercial and I had some water myself.
A 15-minute commercial?
No. The water break, it was every 15 minutes. They were only 1 minute, though. But there was also a review last night. There was a lot of guys getting hurt. Yeah.
I heard about this.
Yeah. Oh,
that
yeah.
doesn't sound fun at all.
It was toasty, John. It was toasty.
I know it was.
Yeah.
It was brutal.
But we got to watch athletics, and that was a great
I love
time.
sports, man.
Yep.
Wow. All sports. Football.
Yes, all sports. We respect all sports. We're
Mhm.
not just football pilled. as you
Football
like to
and
say.
baseball are both good sports.
I am football pilled. But you know what? That's why I relate great with our audience.
I'd be
because
football
Our
pilled.
audience is also football pilled.
Do you?
If my
I think so.
favorite so-called baseball team was disasterful and their coach got fired, I'd probably start liking football too. But guess what? My team is still of playoffs, and I am excited about that.
That'll be fun.
You traded yourself
I
from a
know.
playoff team to a non-playoff team.
Maybe I'll just go back to being a Royals fan.
That you can't do that.
Go
No.
Royals. There we go. Just did it. I'll
Damn
just
it.
put the R over the S.
Stupid.
Put the crown on my head.
You realize
I'll borrow
that
one of
their
Reese's
hats
hats.
say KC.
I'll
Not, they
borrow
don't
one of
have
her
a-
hats. I'll borrow one of her hats. Go
Maybe she
Royals.
doesn't want your greasy, grimy
Greasy,
hair
grimy?
on her under her.
I
hat.
washed this hair yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
What are you, Nick?
Well, you can't wash your hair every day. It's
Yeah, I
not
don't-
good for your hair.
Yeah, you're not supposed to shampoo
I've
every day.
washed my hair every day.
Well, you do have
You're
Shampoo?
also not supposed to use 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner. That's also not good
Who
for your
said
hair.
that?
to.
Who said that?
People do say that.
I have never heard that until right this second.
John, you shampoo your hair every day?
When I shower, I wash my hair.
That's too much shampoo.
You're not supposed to. That's too much chemicals
Says the
in your
guy
hair.
who no longer is of.
I don't have any hair, so I don't have to care
Why do you
about
think he
this.
doesn't have hair anymore, John?
AskMen.com says mixing these formulas may limit their potential, leaving you with less clean hair and less soft than it can be. A good shampoo and a good conditioner should have different ingredients to target different things.
Your hair needs some of that natural grease.
Yeah.
Some of that natural oil.
Well, mine doesn't.
Apparently.
Your head must be different than everybody else's head.
John has great hair.
John has
He
great
does have
hair.
great
Who
hair.
can we argue?
It's just what I've always done.
He's probably right.
I admit
I'm bald.
I don't obsess over it,
That's wild because, again,
Wow, that's
best hair in the building is John Bishop.
and I don't obsess over
and
it.
he uses shampoo.
Besides, I only
every
have the
day.
2 dispensers. I have one for the shower soap and one for the shampoo conditioner. If I had 3, maybe I'd do a separate, but I've only got 2. So
Understandably so.
I can't explain this. I can't explain this.
It's God given, maybe.
The Lord gave me this.
The Lord
He
did. give you
did.
that
Thank
hair.
you to the Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Shout out to the Lord.
Thank you, Lord.
Wow, that's
The
the
Lord
second straight
took the hair
crossover
away
where
from
God
me.
came up.
Well, maybe John was talking about the singer-songwriter.
Oh,
Lord.
we could be
am
royal.
Never heard of this person.
This is the
Yeah,
person
yeah,
who sang the royal song.
I am Lord. Yeah.
Never heard of the person. Or is it a band?
It is one person.
It is a person.
She
So,
had
woman.
she had a secret Instagram account where she would go to different places and review onion rings. She did that for about 1.5 years before she was found out.
So she's like every other person on YouTube.
I love onion rings.
I do
She
too.
was on the top 40.
I like
though.
onion rings.
Do you like onion rings to be beer battered or like the panko
I
crumbs?
like beer battered everything.
What does beer batter do?
It's like a softer. I feel like it's softer batter than the
Oh, I want it
panko.
to be crunchy.
Me too.
Give me the panko.
Yep.
I want whatever Runza does.
You guys ever
Panko.
had panko shrimp?
Oh yeah,
Holy smokes.
many times.
Mm.
That's
It's
good.
delicious.
What's the sauce that usually comes with onion rings? What is that? It's like that
Ranch.
spicy. It's not ranch. It's like a.
That's kind of
Well, it
whatever-
depends on
got a wang to
where
it.
you're going to.
Sometimes it's
Are
like
you talking about the stuff you get with the bloomin' onion
No.
at the Outback?
That's kind of
Yeah.
a similar.
I mean,
You're
it's
thinking
a
about an
similar,
orange
It's a similar
sauce.
thing. It's like this orange sauce.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
it's-
mayonnaise and ketchup. That's pretty much
well,
Well, it is,
there's
no,
horse
because there's a wang to it.
No, there's horseradish in it. That's what
Okay,
you're thinking.
That's probably the
Wang
wang.
nachos.
Wang nachos, something that I helped come up with around football, and you say I don't like football.
No, you like your friends though. You just wanted to. It was a way to
I
hang
don't
out
like
with
my
friends.
friends. Are
You're
you
like, let's
kidding
hang
me?
out and watch Nebraska play Penn State in 2017. This is what people do.
Was that the first one?
That was the first one.
That's right, it
Uh,
was.
whatever makes sense.
Jack
Yeah.
was losing his mind.
I have a video of him wearing a Thunder Collins jersey.
Yikes.
Problematic Jack.
Mm, it
All right, we should
happens.
probably go to break.
All right.
Okay.
Well, happy football week to you.
Happy
Or
football week
baseball.
Or happy continuation
From-
of baseball
from
season.
me.
We got 8 games in 7 days for the Royals today. This week, not today.
Happy football week from me.
Happy baseball week because we're still in the playoff hunt. Hello.
Baseball, tennis.
1620 the zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, you finally made it. The weather's now nice and No, it's not.
It's icky.
Really, really freaking hot. If they played a football game today, so many people would die.
That would be bad.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
But we will not allow this burst of heat and nastiness to ruin what should be a celebratory occasion.
Thank you. That is great to hear. That is great to hear.
Not last week, which was a fake football week, but this is an actual real football week.
Why do you got to yuck on the yums, John? Why do you got to do that?
Yuck on who?
Yuck on the yums.
Yeah, stop kink shaming, John.
Some people, when you get excited for the Cubs season starting, I don't say, John, you're an idiot. I say, I hope that you have fun this year.
No, you don't.
I think I've heard you call him an idiot many times
Yep.
before Cubs seasons.
You have.
Not for the Cubs part, though. Not for that. For other reasons. John's an idiot for other reasons, but not because
I'm
he
an
likes...
idiot because I've been voluntarily sitting next to you for a decade.
You have been. Wow, that is stupid.
That is some stupidity.
Wow, we've reached a decade.
Of epic proportion.
Can you believe it? We made it. 10 years together. Is it 10 years exactly? I wonder what day it was.
As a band.
August 2014. Oh, all I got to do is find the Nebraska 2014 football schedule because it was the day before where I finally signed my contract.
The day before what?
The day before the season opener versus Florida Atlantic in 2014. That was the 30th. So we started working together on the 29th. That's Thursday. Let's celebrate at Oscars.
Deal.
Lunch on John, everybody.
Celebration!
Beers all around on John. What a guy. What a guy.
But it is football week. It's actually football week.
It's football week.
And the Grum Down brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. In case you didn't get enough Matt Rule on Friday, there was more Matt Rule today. There's so much Matt Rule to go around.
He loves speaking.
He does. Well, he's taking up for Prime and Dabo Sweeney, who apparently aren't going to be speaking to anybody.
Oh.
Or at least not answering questions. Matt Rule is a man who will answer questions. He has been answering so many questions. He is the most accessible Nebraska football coach in the offseason in Nebraska football history.
By far. Give him a trophy for that.
I mean, I can't go back to the Devaney years. I wasn't old enough or born, but
correct, yeah.
But this is this is high level stuff.
Yeah.
Jack Mitchell's year of sadness and bad decisions starts now.
Oh my gosh, will he stick with his 8-4 prediction?
This is either going to be the most reserved he is all season or the most happy he is all season.
Oh, wow, that is a depressing way to think about things.
Well, I know Jack.
I hope that this isn't his happiest. That'd be a huge bummer.
We'll find out. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who will keep it even keel for us, as he always does.
And he told us he's going to give an actual prediction this time and not say, call me after the first week. Remember, that's what he did the last few years. Call me after week 1.
Yeah, I know.
We don't ask permissions anymore after week 1 because we don't talk to you on Labor Day. And then after that, they've played 2 games.
Yeah, are we going to have Jack redo his since this is the official?
He is allowed to make a change if he would like to his 8-4 prediction.
He's got a chance to phone a friend or...
Indeed he does.
What were the other... There was phone a friend.
The audience.
Oh, the audience.
And then there was one where they got rid of 2. It was like they halved the potential answers.
Oh, is that what
so go from 4 to 2.
I don't remember that one.
Bum, 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 bum. We should work in that music to the show. I don't know how and what way. That'd be fun. I liked the How to Be or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yeah.
I grew up on Weakest Link, which is basically the same thing, but a little more.
Goodbye.
I
don't think it's the same
Yeah,
thing.
but that host, I mean, Regis was far better as a host than that
Because he was a
grumpy
man, John?
old lady.
Is it because he was a man?
Wow.
No, it was because he was Regis, and Regis was, funny and
He's dead now.
personal. He's
I
dead.
forgot he was dead.
Yeah, he
Wow.
But whoever that grumpy old English lady was,
Wow.
you are the weakest link. I just wanted to reach
Every
through the
woman
TV.
sounds the same for John.
I liked the music on Weakest Link a lot. It was like, doo-doo-doo-doo.
I don't even remember that.
I don't remember that. Florida State sucks, and Georgia Tech is
Oops.
going all the way.
My bad. That was me. My bad.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, if you judged just the first week of the season, which wasn't even a full week, Georgia Tech easily the best team in the entire country.
Or was it Nevada? Or was it whoever won the Montana State game? Or who? How did Hawaii do?
They won, but they didn't cover. I don't remember what the score was.
Wait,
though.
I thought Hawaii was the underdog.
No, they were like a 40-point favorite. Were
Were
they
they?
not? Yeah, they won 35-14.
Eh.
Yeah, they were playing Delaware State.
For some reason, I had them all messed up.
Mm.
What does good year look like? We're going to look at position groups all week long.
It looks
And
like
today-
a tire.
What?
You asked what a good year looked like. A tire.
Anyway, we're going to look at
This is
special
year 4
teams,
with Nick, by the way. Happy.
special teams,
Hello.
and defensive backs.
All right.
We're going to look at what a good year looks like. Any chance that we're overlooking UTEP?
Oh, wow.
The media did what I asked them to do last week. Remember on Friday when I said, man, we're going to hear from Matt Rule today. We're going to hear from Matt Rule again Monday. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody would ask some questions about UTEP?
And that was like today how it started.
And by gum, they did.
Yep.
And Matt Rule talked about it.
Yep.
Even if they wasn't asked directly about it. It's almost as if Matt Rule is respecting his opponent.
Mhm.
Blocked.
Baseball is still a thing.
Baseball.
Legally, they are still
In
playing.
fact, the Royals are 2 outs away from getting a big first win against Cleveland in the first of, 5 games in the next 4 days?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, they're making up a game that got rained
I was
out.
wondering why they were playing.
Yeah, that's why they're playing.
All right.
Well, this will definitely make up for the fact that the Phillies just basically put the Liberty Bell over the Royals' head and bong!
Why do you have
And
to
then
do
the Royals
that?
went blah, 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 like they
You're not
usually
supposed to
do.
hit the Liberty Bell anymore. There's a big ass crack.
There
in
is
it.
a big ass crack in it.
Crap ass Philly.
And it's the most transformational season ever.
Wow, I watched that whole game and I do not recall him saying that.
Oh, he said it. If he didn't say it exactly like that, he basically said something to that effect.
I remember him-
Every time it seemed like I was closely paying attention to what Joe Tess was saying.
Yeah, I
It was
remember
like,
him saying
this
something
is
like that
going to
early.
be an amazing season, and I'm basing this on this one game.
Hey, every game was close this weekend. Every game that I watched was close. All 3 of them down to the wire, fascinating games. This is awesome. It's so good. I'm so happy. I am so happy. I got a text from a friend at some point over the last couple of days, and he's like, this just has to be your happy place. And I said, it is, man.
Then the Cowboys start in 10 days. And then it all just goes.
That'll be bad. That'll be bad.
But CeeDee Lamb will be back to be disappointed as a Cowboy. You
Yeah.
should be happy about it.
I am. I don't know if people think I'm going to freak out about this. Of course, first of all, I didn't expect him to not be on the roster in week 1.
Well, yeah, he wasn't not gonna
No,
play.
are
He just
people-
wanted more money.
Yeah. Do people
Like they
think
all
that he's
want.
like getting overpaid? Like this is the cost of doing business. I don't understand if people realize like this is what happens in football now. The guy's the first or the second highest paid player ever, and then a year later he's like 8th.
Yep.
Like, this is what happens.
And then the guy who's 8th holds out until he's
Exactly.
first again.
This is fine. I have no issue with what he got, what he demanded, what he asked for. I'm mad at the Cowboys that they strung it along. We knew it was going to happen. Everything's fine.
So there's your Grum Down, powered by the Rooferys, John Higgins, Weather Guard. Of course, this is Red Out Week.
Red Out Week, baby.
And it'll all culminate.
Yeah.
On Thursday. Well, I mean,
Friday, yeah. But the end of Red Out
but
Week.
Thursday, we'll be at Oscars at 173rd and West Center
Power lunch.
for our square table or
Rectangle.
football powwow.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, football powwow.
It's going to be a lovely day. Some of us will have ranch. Some of us will have blue cheese.
The ones who have ranch are the cool ones.
Couldn't agree more.
That's why it's called Cool Ranch. It's not called Lame Ranch.
When we're on the Grum, there will be a football game on starting at 5 o'clock. Isn't that Rutgers?
No, it's called Blue Cheese.
That is the Rutgers.
Because it
Vince
makes you
Howard.
sad.
Nice.
It doesn't make me sad. I enjoy it.
the blues.
Exactly.
Yep.
It's good. Oscars has great wings. They have great
Oh.
food.
They
Yeah,
do
they
have
really
great
do.
Great
food.
food.
Maybe I'll get onion rings.
And they're gonna
Get me
they're gonna
planning out
host
my
us, and
meals.
we're gonna
Wings and rings.
we're gonna have the
Oh.
whole show there. The whole shows, all the shows will be
Well,
there.
2 of the shows.
I thought we were all doing a
Oh, that. I thought you meant.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
I
yeah,
thought you
yeah,
meant
yeah,
6
yeah.
a to 6 p.
Yeah,
My
that's
bad.
what I meant. The
apologize.
noon
Yeah,
hour.
yeah,
the noon hour,
Yeah.
the power lunch.
Yeah. Gonna be awesome.
It's gonna be great. We're all gonna be there.
Real quick, Star Wars Fiend comments, realizing that I've been on the air since 2014. So Josh Peterson is the actual curse of Nebraska football. Signed in on 2014, and that was the year it all went to crap. We all thought Frank Solich or the Little Red curse. No, it's a Josh Peterson curse. I started listening in 2016 faithfully, but now it all makes sense. Josh Peterson is the curse to Nebraska football. My bad. I did show up, but coach got
Yeah.
fired.
It's your fault
Yeah, you
that
did.
Scott Frost is the way he is.
Yes, I apologize for that.
Well, coming up next, Jack Mitchell will be here, and we'll talk to him about
Lovely.
his prediction and how excited he is for the season. And
Lovely.
if there's anything we haven't mentioned yet, actually, I'm gonna do this with all of our regulars this week. I've got one of our 10 questions. We're gonna do the 10 questions this week.
I can't wait.
One of our 10 questions, I'm gonna ask all of our guests the same one of our 10 questions. I'm looking forward to the difference in answers.
All right.
Coming up, 1620 The Zone.
It's quiet time.
from Stephen Berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats.
What Nick just pulled there was the Scott Frost teams getting a delay of game immediately following receiving the kickoff on a touchback. Remember when that would happen?
Oh, yeah.
How many times? That happened at least twice. It may have been more than that.
Good Lord.
And it was like, how do you get a delay of game or have to use a timeout coming out of a timeout after a kickoff? But you don't have to worry about that anymore.
How nice is it to go into a season and he's not the guy? Competent coaching.
Competent coaching.
They don't screw up end of game situations, John. Not in 2024. That's a 2023 thing. They're changing.
I hope so.
They're changing.
I hope so.
Me too.
I let's put it this way.
Me too.
If it comes down to the last seconds against Maryland, not that they're playing Maryland this year.
No. Unless.
And it's third down and they only need a field goal to take the lead, I would actually trust Dylan to throw the ball into the end zone.
Nice.
Now, I'll still scream my bloody head off if he threw an interception. Like, what the hell are you doing? You had the field goal, take the points. But I would trust him more.
Yeah.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, Jack Mitchell.
I would like no close games for a long, in the good way. I could have a break for a while early this season from one possession games, if I'm being honest.
Well,
right?
If it's a one possession game this weekend, we've got problems.
Well, yes, but I mean, you never know. But I'm talking like a big break. I'm talking like let's really start the season. Like I'm excited for football season. I'm not excited for one possession game football season.
Not excited for the stress. The stress of a football game.
Not at all. Not at all. Not that last part. I need a little get in the rhythm with non-one possession games for a good month.
I'm really looking forward to this movie coming out. I hope it bores me to death.
Yep.
Isn't that always the funny part about like when you're a fan of a team, and you watch other games, you want excitement and you want down to the wire and like game-changing plays. But with your team, you're like, I hope it's boring as hell and they treat everybody like the 71 Huskers did. Or the
I desperately miss boring. I miss boring football so much. I don't know what it even feels like anymore.
It's been a while.
I mean, we just ended last season on a streak of just like crazy intensity for every game.
Everyone.
Jack, it's funny you say that because I picked up the World Herald Sunday paper yesterday, which I do at the beginning of every football season. And at one point they have their game-by-game picks. Sam and Evan do game-by-games. And as I'm reading this, they had them going 8-4, by the way. Every score is like 18-17, 24-20, 28-27. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. If they had every game like this, people would be so damn stressed.
Can't do it. And I don't know if they can either, to be honest. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to see that. Maybe some demons, maybe they'll do it once and there'll be some demons exercised and I will quit clenching up into a little ball at that point when that happens in the fetal position, saying, oh no, here it comes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the K Ford projection, and Colorado would be a coin flip. Purdue, Rutgers, and Indiana are on they're on the outside. I guess that would be in the should win category if we were doing.
So K Ford, I think it might be joining us Wednesday. If so, we'll have to ask him what these percentages correlate to, like margin of victory,
like point spreads. Usually something like, for example, Purdue's 67% chance of winning. I would guess that correlates to like a one touchdown.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like a one touchdown type spread.
Yeah.
But then the back half of the season, for Ohio State,
it's loaded with them.
Is loaded with just very tight, very type games. But you know what? That's when the weather is cold, and Jack will need the warmth of close and stressful games
of my own trembling body.
Yes. Yes, it's like fighting fire with fire. The trembling of the cold is fought off by the trembling of you going, oh my God, we're going to lose.
I say that, but I also think they have got to have a real one time. They've got to have an exorcism in that moment where it actually happens, where they go down I don't mean like an exorcism like we tried to do a couple
Head
of
is
years
spinning
ago.
around.
Yeah, no, not that. They have got to go in and they have got to win a game like that. Either stop a team going down to score to win the game or go in and score, get the final score at the end of the game. They have got to actually do that and have it happen for, I feel like, just to get over that mental block that everybody's got, just because of the ridiculous amount of times where they've been in that position and it hasn't worked out.
All right, let me throw out a scenario then. I'm forget the opponent, just generic opponent.
Okay.
What if it's going to come down to that? And, there'll be a game that does. Would you rather Nebraska has the ball
Oh, good question.
or Nebraska's on defense? Keeping in mind that if Nebraska has the ball, and let's say, just to make it even more spicy, they either need a field goal to tie or win the game. So in other words, it brings the special teams. So which scenario would you feel more comfortable in?
I'm going to put up a poll question. This is a good poll question.
I would vote Nebraska on defense.
And what's the scenario on defense? The other team needs a field goal to beat Nebraska in that scenario?
Field goal to tie or win. Yeah.
Win. Yeah. Because, I mean, how many last-second field goals were there last year that Nebraska gave up? And they always go straight through, complete right in the middle of that goal. Like 50% of the air between the uprights is perfectly on each side of the football.
That's a great point. When's the last time Nebraska lost on a field goal that was like razor thin?
Oh, God, it doesn't matter. I mean,
it's like they're always dead.
Even that Minnesota one,
like 20 yards.
I watched that Minnesota one again a week or two ago, and I forgot how long that field goal was, but he nailed it.
So
nailed
quick,
it once again.
Is, which scenario are you more confident in going Nebraska's way? You're up 3 on defense or you're down 3 on offense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to disagree with you, John. I am going to say offense. Although the field goal thing throws me off a little bit.
See, that's the thing.
I'm with John because of the field goal.
See, that's the thing, right? Because and I plan to ask this of Mitch as well, but the field goal situation is what it is. It's doesn't look like it's good right now, and man, it just makes you nervous that if it came down to, hey, we got to get down the field, we've got 45 seconds left. And we just need to get into field goal range. What the hell is that right now? Inside the 20? And even then, you wouldn't feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's stressful, man.
I mean, man, if Dylan Raiola is, who he hope he is, one of his huge assets is going to be poise under great pressure. And I'm sure that's something that he is really, you have to get to be the elite level of recruit that he is, you have to be able to show that you have to put yourself through situations to be ready for that. He has been thinking about these moments, ideally. The Nebraska defense was solid last year until those moments. Solid a lot of times last year until those moments. And then those moments came in inexplicable long runs by that weren't showing up the rest of the game. Inexplicable long runs by quarterbacks that weren't showing up the rest of the game happened to them. And so, I mean, the new factor is him in this whole thing. He's the new factor in this whole thing. Like, I'm interested in seeing him try and run a 2-minute drill or a 1-minute drill or whatever it is. Like, ideally, you get a huge step up in that part of the game too by having him in here for this time. And he is the one that absorbs a lot of that pressure at that point. Like, this is when you're getting a 5-star quarterback, this is kind of what you're looking for here at this point. And I don't mean to say, hey, you got to do this, man. But like, when we're excited about him being here, those situations are why you're excited about being here.
Jack, along those lines, Sam McEwen wrote in his Rewind this week, he said, Raiola doesn't have to be spectacular. Steady is enough. 2-parter for you. One, would you agree? And 2, if so, like, what does steady look like versus spectacular for Dylan Raiola this year?
I think steady is exactly what I described, is being able to handle the weight of the moments and playing like he has played the rest of the game, if that's well. Even if it's unspectacular, it's not clenching up in the final moments and making mistakes and playing differently in those moments than you did the rest of the game. To me, I don't know if that's what Sam was getting at, but that's what I would say. I think that's the most important thing. And I think that's the most important thing for the whole team too. But again, I think you bring a guy like him in with the hopes and the plan that he is going to be that guy. He's got this ability to do that. That's how you become a quarterback of his quality. So, and unspectacular. I mean, I think that's what you need. My prediction about him is he's going to, I hope people don't get on him too much if and what he's going to make mistakes. Like,
Of course he is.
It would not shock me. I mean, obviously, but I'm not going to freak out if he throws a pick against UTEP. He may. He very well may. He probably will. I also, though, Josh, I don't know that I'm disagreeing with the quote. I also have a feeling you're going to have a few plays every game where, especially passes, where you're just going to be like, whoa, like walk out the room type plays. So I think you have both sides of it.
Classic Jack Mitchell walks out the room.
Walk out the room like you're at the dunk contest.
Is there any part of you that doesn't think Dylan isn't going to wow us on Saturday? Or wow you?
I don't know. I just think he's going to have a few plays where we're like, wow, that's markedly different than what I've seen from a Nebraska quarterback before.
Right. And
I don't know if that means on a whole it's going to be eye-popping numbers or anything like that. I just think you're going to have a few plays where you're like, man, that's just something Nebraska didn't have in its toolbox before.
Don't you feel like he's going to have some play that's not caught, whether it's a drop or maybe he just misses and everyone's going to be like, oh, whoa, look, even though that play didn't work, I can still see, you know, like I feel like that's going to happen a time or two on Saturday.
Or he's going to hit somebody, I think, on, you know, just on a fly pattern and just it'll tightly covered or hit a tight window or something, or have a little elusiveness from a sack and then still get a pass off. That I think that'll be there, but I don't know if I expect his numbers to be like wildly gaudy either. By the same
400
token.
yards or something.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. I just think there's going to be a few individual moments would be my guess.
Yeah.
I would like a play like this.
I got him.
Going for the big play.
Got him.
And he makes the catch.
Oh no! What did I do? I pressed the celebration.
That is so funny.
I would love to.
I pressed the celebration.
I would love to see.
It's a celebration.
Life imitate art. First long pass he completes and just
Jalen Lloyd wide open.
Dak, if that happened, how would you react?
I think you heard it.
Yeah, but you wouldn't say, I press the celebration.
Celebration.
Jalen, press the celebration button.
Jack, you and I have talked many times this offseason about the similarities between this year, the offseason similarities between the 2024 and the 2019, and like how you weren't as all the way in that time, and how I think that it's kind of similar this time. And so how do you feel as this season's about to kick off compared to that one, which was truly the last offseason that had hype? Like, people talked themselves into good things in 2020 and 2021 and 2022 and 2023, but this is the first time in 5 years where it's actually felt like people expect them to take a step.
Yeah, I like the difference between last year is and that 2019, I should say, and this year, Adrian Martinez was still getting, like, I had to go back and look at it to remember the amount of hype that he was getting nationally at that time. It still surprises me to actually go back and see everything that was happening this year. So I just don't think that's there this time in terms of the national hype that's out there. Like, nobody's putting, obviously, rightfully so, not putting Dylan Raiola on Heisman lists and coming up with all of that. And so, like, I don't feel like I've got to be, I've got to be holding back. Like, again, I mean, look at the rankings that are coming out. I mean, they did get some votes, but boy, you look at like ESPN, the FPI, or Bill Connolly's thing, or even Kelly Ford's stuff. I mean, it's all like, yeah, they're in the 40s or kind of around Texas Tech. They're nothing like. I'm not. That felt like hype that I was surprised by. I don't feel like I'm hearing hype that I'm surprised by this year about Nebraska, really, from outside of our local circle of media and fans.
Yeah.
Though we did get the folks from the Athletic saying that they were
Dark horse.
They listed them in the teams that, listed when they were, and it made sense. Like, that group of, there's always a team that comes up in the top 10 you don't expect. And they could, but there were 7 other teams or 6 other teams that they put in that too. So yeah, I don't know. I just haven't seen, Josh. I haven't heard anything this year from, really anybody where I'm like, whoa, hold the horses.
Here's a question. If it was still the old Big Ten, would they be getting picked to win the West? Probably, right?
No, Iowa
You don't
would.
think so?
Iowa would.
Iowa would.
You don't think they'd get? I mean, if they're getting dark horse playoff stuff, I think they'd.
I mean, there might be somebody, but Iowa would be the consensus pick.
Yeah, I didn't mean
for sure.
consensus. I just meant like a lot of noise for it.
You might have, but you probably have every other year have had that by occasional randos out there. Like it's funny. It's funny every time you think, oh, there are those like the athletic thing, or there everybody's like, oh, this is a dark horse. Like you really delve deep into predictions and rankings and stuff like that, and there aren't many that are that. It feels like I'm looking at a lot of them, and Nebraska's really consistently, 40 to 45 in there in total rankings, and just below Iowa and Wisconsin in the Big Ten. Like it feels really consistent. I'm sort of surprised. Sometimes I think, I thought I would pop up and see somebody a little bit more bullish on Nebraska, but I don't know. I don't feel like I've seen a ton of that, other than the things like you mentioned, John, with that athletic article, or like these are my dark horse teams, but without any real specificity to it.
So this week we're bringing back our 10 questions that Josh and I will fill in the blanks on later this week. And I've pulled one of these questions out. I'm going to ask everybody who is our regular this question. The most exhilarating win of the year will be blank. The most frustrating loss will be blank.
It's a fun one.
Most exhilarating win will be blank, and the most frustrating loss will be blank.
I am going to say the most exhilarating win of the year will be Colorado.
I expect that to be a very popular selection.
Okay. What's the most frustrating loss?
Let me look.
And that can take a variety of.
It could be an ass whooping. It could be
an ass whooping,
wire.
or it could be you take Ohio State to the brink like 2018, and then it falls short, or it could be losing to Iowa again, or losing to Wisconsin again. Frustrating is in the eye of the beholder. Last year there would have been like 18 candidates for frustrating.
Oh yeah.
I will say losing to Iowa. I will say losing to Iowa will be the most frustrating loss.
And that makes sense.
I think there's very well. My prediction is that there will be another upset along the way, but I just think the Iowa one would be if it goes down that way, will be so frustrating. If they can't get it done against Iowa, especially if it's much the same way that every game against them seems to go, with the exception of the Mickey Joseph year.
I've seen a lot of people picking them to beat Wisconsin and lose to Iowa. I've seen that many, many times.
Nebraska?
Yep. Many, many times.
Oh,
I think they're more likely to beat Wisconsin than Iowa, but who knows? That's what I would say.
Already on the list. Nebraska's beating Wisconsin.
It is indeed on there.
Nebraska's beating Wisconsin. Wisconsin going to have a stinky year this year.
Sub 500 stink?
Possibly.
I mean,
they were flirting with it last year until
there should be a little. It should tell you something that, I mean, the media, here I am going to be talking about the lamestream media, but they will jump on any Wisconsin team that has a pulse, and they will find a reason to get them ranked, and they will find a reason to call them, to put them in the Big Ten championship or right outside the Big Ten championship or a playoff contender. I don't know, guys. I'm not seeing much of that this year. And if
no one likes Wisconsin anymore,
when you've lost the August college football media as Wisconsin, it's time to look deep inside your Badger heart filled with cheese. It really is time to think about it.
Max says win, Colorado, loss, whichever one we lose from Illinois, Purdue, Rutgers, or Indiana.
I was going to say that, but I actually think I wouldn't be surprised if they lost one of those games, but I think the season will still be going fairly well at that point, and it definitely will be frustrating. I just think the Iowa one will end up feeling more frustrating after all of it. But I don't.
The most frustrating loss is the loss of the sellout streak before number 400.
Oh, would you stop it, you monster?
Sean Callahan wrote about it today. There's still tickets available.
Buy them, folks.
I'm still seeing the advertising on my Twitter about the 3-game plan. Are we sure? Maybe that's why the alternate uniforms weren't approved, because they knew they weren't going to need them.
What if the most frustrating loss is the inability to buy a Valentino slice and a Pepsi at the game because all you carry is currency?
Or the internet conks out.
Yes.
Or the internet clunks out.
Or
Pete
that.
says beating Ohio State will be the most exhilarating win. Losing the national championship will be the most disappointing loss.
That's a weird prediction. I think Nebraska's going all the way to the national championship. No way they can win it, though.
Yeah, hard to disagree with that one.
Which crack pipe user was
That was Heath.
Heath? Okay.
Heath, yeah.
I like that
Heath,
one.
Congrats.
Yeah, Ohio State, I would say, would be a good win. That'd be,
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, that'd be solid.
You think?
Oh, I'd have so much
Yeah,
fun.
pretty sure that'll work. Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Jack, do you think that they get a win this year where we finally say, like, that's like it surpasses Oregon as the biggest win of the last blank, where we can stop using Oregon as the barometer as the biggest win?
There's really only one game that qualifies right now for that, and that's Ohio State.
No.
Colorado would be bigger than, I don't know. Do you guys think the Colorado loss will be devalued as the season goes on if the wheels fall off for them, if they would beat them?
There's a difference. Are
That
you
Oregon
asking?
team sucked. They were 3-9, but it was a huge win for the program.
Yeah, that's no, I mean,
Right,
I would say
Colorado's
Colorado,
the same thing.
I would say Colorado surpasses that.
Yeah, but that's more from an emotional standpoint.
Same with the
Part of the
Oregon, though, right?
question.
Yeah, but Nebraska didn't have this history against Oregon. The Colorado game is different because of the Colorado rivalry and prime. Oregon was symbolic in that where Oregon was at that time or where we perceived to be. So they're different.
All right. What about Wisconsin?
Who knows
I mean,
what they'll
again,
do.
with Wisconsin, it's a rivalry thing, but Wisconsin's not going to, unless Wisconsin surprises me and they're good.
What about Iowa?
Nebraska's beaten Iowa.
But, I mean, it could still be a bigger win than the one 2 years ago, thus the biggest win since 2016.
Are you saying they have no chance outside of beating Ohio State of surpassing Mike Riley's accomplishment at Nebraska of beating Oregon?
Well, again, I guess we have to more
game.
narrowly define what it is you're talking about.
All right, what is your question?
So when you describe the Oregon win, you're describing it as what?
People, when we always talk about the biggest win of the last decade, that's the easy answer that everyone always immediately goes to. And so essentially what I'm saying is, can a win this year replace that as the biggest win of the last decade? I do think.
I guess my question would be this: is that the biggest win of the last decade?
Well, it's either that. I mean, Michigan State the year before was a playoff team, but no one ever brings that one up. You know, Nebraska was sub 500 that year.
Again, it depends how you define it. How did it feel in the moment versus what did it end up
Like,
being?
you felt huge in the moment, but it only made them 4-6. You know, whereas the Oregon game felt like now they're about to go on a run, and they did.
And the Michigan State was the better opponent, so in the end, it was the bigger
far.
win. So
by far.
But the Oregon
And
game
got help from the referees.
The Oregon game felt like the last big game. Holy cow, what's happening win, right? Like that's, and I think Colorado will be right or wrong. That will be what it feels like after that. And I think to a larger degree, yes, John, you're correct, enhanced by the rivalry and Dion and the national attention of it all. So I think it will surpass that just in terms of the reaction and the excitement that it produces from that game.
Yeah, Beam guy says Colorado game is almost the exact same game as 2016 Oregon. We'll feel huge in the moment and feel huge to the fan base, but the win won't mean anything at the end of the season.
Could be.
Right.
I mean, it
So
could be.
That's why I had to narrowly define the question, because outside of a program changing win, there's only one on the schedule right now that I see.
Yeah, if you're talking about true program change.
Yeah, then that's Ohio State.
I mean, I think if you beat Wisconsin and Iowa in a combo at the end of the season, I know that's one, but to me, it's the combination of beating both of them in the single season that would feel like,
given the history of the last decade,
that would feel like the biggest accomplishment you could have.
Yeah,
and I know that's cheating a little, but I think.
What about USC?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's actually
That's
a good one.
not a bad idea.
I mean, especially depending on how good they are by that point.
Now, that
It'd be a
literally
big
could
road
be
win.
just like the Oregon game, where it's another Pac-12 team you thought was going to be good. Now, it is
But by
later
that
in the
point, we'll
season.
know. It's November by the time they play USC, so we'll know how good USC is or isn't.
Yeah, USC, and it's a road game.
Yeah, Johnny
And it could be at like 2 a.m.
Yeah, Johnny says if any goes out to LA and beats USC, I'd say that's a pretty good win.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I'll accept that.
Man, because USC, oh my gosh, USC plays LSU, Michigan, Wisconsin, Penn State, all before
it's brutal.
them, and
But
also
then, so USC would have to win couple of those games, right? Because
They'd have to be a ranked team.
So if like USC is coming into that game at 5-3 or whatever the record might be, it may not feel quite as big in the moment.
I would be surprised if USC didn't have 3 losses at least going into that game.
Yeah.
YWNCCTHIF writes, we haven't beaten Wisconsin in the last 10 tries, and we've never beaten USC. These would be program-changing wins at this point.
I don't.
It depends how both teams are. Like,
yeah,
I
it
don't
does.
know, you know, because like, what if the Mickey Joseph team almost beat Wisconsin, and they probably should have, as was the case? Would that have been a, you know?
Yeah, but because that was the end of like it was a 1-season era for the most part. Like, I don't think that we can define.
What about last year then? Okay, what about last year in Wisconsin?
If they would have beaten Wisconsin.
Would that have been a program change? I guess because it would
made them a bowl team. Yeah. So see, and that's where I feel like I am much more on the side of a lot of these wins would be program changing because it's a program that is in dire need of anything.
Well, and then you could also argue whatever the 6th win is to get into a bowl game would be
program changing. Yes, because it would be something they haven't done.
And so that could be, if things are going really well, it could be as soon as Rutgers. Or it could be, or maybe Indiana at Indiana, or then UCLA.
Can it be a program-changing win if it was expected? Nebraska is expected to go to a bowl game.
Well, I mean, if they do it in the best case scenario where it's game 6, I mean, I would say that is it's less of a program-changing win and it's becoming a program-changing season by that point in time.
See, I think maybe if we called it a milestone, I think it'd be a program milestone. Yeah. I would not call it program changing. See, when I think of program changing, I think of, you know, monumental moments where it's like they took the next big step.
Beating Colorado changes the mindset of this program.
Yes.
I think beating Colorado changes the mindset of this program. I think it does.
Again, I think it could be a milestone, but I don't think it would be a changing moment. But we'll see.
All right, Jack, what's the official number?
Yep. Are you sticking? Is that your final answer?
No.
8-4.
So I go through the schedule, and I've done this, and I take them. Connor Happer would be proud. I take them in chunks. I do it in chunks.
Chunks.
I've got for the first 4, UTEP, Colorado, Northern Iowa, and Illinois. I'm going 4-0 in those.
Let's go.
But it doesn't stay that way. I am going in Purdue, Rutgers, Indiana, Ohio State. I'm going 2-2 in those. I feel I've got an upset in that group. I guess, presumably would be an upset at Purdue, Rutgers, or at Indiana, plus an Ohio State loss. So that'll give you 6-2. And then the UCLA at Southern Cal, Wisconsin, Iowa. I've got one of Wisconsin or Iowa, and I've got them losing to Southern Cal. So that at the end is 8 wins, but then I am going to add in a Jack Mitchell optimism reducer formula to this, and I will just take one additional win off to make it 7.
You've changed.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I decided to put the quotient in there at the end, and I think it's just an equalizing multiplier quotient. I'm just saying mathematical words now that I think is going to adjust my own brain to the realities of the world. So, and it's the new me. It's the new
year, new Jack.
New year, new, less overly positive in the preseason Jack, even if I have to do it artificially with numbers and multiply. And so I want to be able to say I undershot it for a year. So I'm going to err on that side. I've been on the wrong side of history, on the overly positive side of history for year after year after year after year. Even sometimes it was a bit.
Jack, that's what, watch if they go 9-3 this year. You know what you can say?
It was a bit, 100%.
There we go.
And it is kind of. But if I'm right, nobody will remember this. And it'll be like, Jack, that was amazing. You called it exactly right. And I'll be like, I'm kind of sad, but you're right. I did. Let's get ready for the bowl game. So,
he's more bit now than man.
Well, here's the thing. If I predict a better record than them, I'm going to call you a negative person when I'm right. So that would be fun. You're the negative fan. Classic Jack negativity.
You know what? That sounds fun if they're winning. Yeah. Everything sounds fun. Everything else can go bad. That'll be a fun life when they're at 9 wins.
It's a bit.
Wow, 7-5. I was counting on him at staying at 8-4.
8-4. I know. Wow, and we have Mitch Sherman coming up later this hour.
Don't expect me to act like I'm gonna feel like this is true if things go very well early. Like
Pedro says, "Hi guys, I don't like this New Jack. Give me more optimistic Jack."
New Jack City, baby. New Jack
And,
Swing.
Scott wants to know, why is John so hung up on Colorado being an unimportant game?
I did not say unimportant, but I'm
killjoy.
just not. But I'm not inflating it to the level of it's going to be a program changer. It is not going to be a program changer unless Colorado is amazingly good this year.
I think it will have
Which,
impacts that
judging
are
by the
program
tire
changing.
fire that's happening here in the last few weeks,
Whoever doesn't like the new me,
spiraling the drain.
whoever doesn't like the new me, anyone who knows me knows that there's just a few things that have to happen, and that person will go bye-bye very quickly. So
You're going to murder him?
Oh, we know. Yes, we know.
yes,
Jack that says mathematical words is going to get murdered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Quotient Colorado
Yes,
by
he
30.
is.
It's going to
Hey,
be game over.
is Taylor Swift there? No, the old Taylor's dead or whatever. That's my Taylor Swift reference.
Good reference.
That's what I just did. That's for
All
the
right.
kids in the audience.
There we
Negative
go.
Jack, this sucks. Boo. Throw tomatoes at him.
This is going to change so fast.
Throw tomatoes at him.
They're
Willis
gonna be-
throw a touchdown.
they're
in his
gonna be
first
bad,
pass,
and
this
I
guy's gonna
believe
be out
it.
of control.
It's gonna be bad, and I believe
Charles,
it.
Jack needs a shield made. Yeah, give Jack the shield.
Yeah, just say negative boy.
Yep,
That's all
classic
it's going to
Jack.
say on
Can
there.
we start calling him Quotient Jack?
Quotient
can.
Jack works for me.
All right, we'll see you later.
Bye, Jack.
All right, goodbye.
Because coming up
See
next-
y'all later.
We have tiebreakers.
What?
Yes.
All right,
In
well,
all caps, too.
That's exciting.
But first, Lindley Clothing has their new fall merchandise arriving daily from all your favorite brands. Bugatti, Holbrook, Johnny O, Tommy Bahama, and so many more. David Donahue, the great dress shirts there. And with John Marlene and the rest of the gang there at Lindley Clothing at 132nd and Dodge, they're going to help find you a great look because they have Omaha's biggest selection. Seriously. Just go into Lindley Clothing at 132nd and Dodge. And if you don't think that's impressive enough a selection, just take a few steps off to the side and walk into Well Suited. It's connected. They're all there. It's Omaha's largest selection. And so now with the great looks that they already have, plus the new fall merchandise arriving right now, there's no reason why you can't have a great new look just in time for fall. So visit them today. They're at 132nd and Dodge in Linden Market. Plenty of parking out front. Taylor's on staff. So not only will you look great, you'll be fitted properly and all done in one convenient spot. That same spot that has been servicing Omaha for nearly 90 years. It's Lindley Clothing, 132nd and Dodge. It's going to be great that Ralston Days is coming
Oh.
up this weekend, and the weather's going to improve by the time we get there. Thank God.
John.
Because it's free admission. There's going to be rides. There's going to be fun games. There's going to be great food
Yep.
and
Food trucks,
beer.
music.
And again, it's all free, and it's all this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, at Ralston Arena, a.k.a. Liberty First Credit Union Arena.
Yeah, in the parking lot, like you said, the weather's finally good.
Yep.
It will finally be good. It's not finally good right now. It's horrible right now.
It's horrible now, but it's going to be better later.
Mhm.
Well, the SEC, typically, they're first. Big Ten, typically, they follow along.
Except when they win the national championship last year, John. Remember Michigan?
Yeah,
They
by
got to lift up the
cheating.
trophy.
Thank you, Nick, for pointing out that very important point.
Wow, this graphic is better than the official one.
Yeah, nice job, John. Shout out, Nick. Give John credit here.
John, this is a really good graphic.
I
job,
mean,
John.
it's just very simple. It's big dreams, big goals, big tiebreakers.
And thank you for the title of the segment.
The tiebreakers are very similar to the ones used by the SEC, except when you get down to tiebreaker. Well, in
Do they
the
have a coin flip?
SEC, they use letters A, B, C, D, E, F. In the Big Ten, we're using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, but
awesome.
The equivalent of number 5.
E.
When you get past the cumulative conference winning percentage of all conference opponents among the tied teams, the one that's right before the random draw in the SEC, that's the relative scoring margin versus all conference opponents, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's looking at all your conference opponents and weighing it by the scoring margin. So basically the team that, wins by the biggest margin breaks the tie. In the Big Ten, option 5 is the representative will be chosen based on the highest ranking by Sports Source Analytics using the team rating score metric. So basically, they're using analytics.
But they're not using K Ford or Bill Connolly.
No, they're using Sports Source Analytics.
Do you use Sports Source Analytics?
No.
Have you ever been there? Have you ever seen this or heard about this?
Not that I remember.
All right. Oh, I've seen that logo before. I recognize that logo. You ever see that logo anywhere?
Yeah, I have now.
There you go. All right, perfect.
So and then if it gets to number 6, it would be a random draw. I mean, what is the likelihood that Sports Source Analytics are going to have teams ranked exactly the same?
I cannot imagine.
It rarely happens.
I cannot imagine that they will.
Now maybe it could. I mean, you never know, which is why they added the random draw.
I appreciate the random draw because it is very much like we can't think of anything else. We give up.
100%, yeah.
Here, this.
So as
Roll the
I
dice.
predicted, the Big Ten was going to try to do something Big Ten-y, and this is their way of pushing their proverbial glasses up their nose and
Hey!
saying, "Oh, well, let the nerds pick."
I like it. We like the nerds. We're trying to book a nerd for later this week.
Oh, I do.
But there's a big ass butt coming here.
Yeah, there's a big ass butt. They shouldn't have left divisions, but that's another story.
Oh, interesting. I've never heard you talk
You would
about
never
this.
have to worry about it in this.
Nick,
game.
have you ever heard John talk about divisionless football or going back to divisions?
And how stupid it is when you're not playing everybody else? Yeah, I know. I've never mentioned this.
Remember the quarter jar?
I do. Yeah, I was actually thinking about going and stealing money from that the other day so I could buy lunch.
We should just divvy it up between all of us.
Give each other $5.
We all put money
You
in.
owe John and I lunch.
You owe John. Me and you owe John lunch.
Yeah, well, you owe me lunch.
Anyway, so the Big Ten has their tiebreakers, and all is well.
You asked a question a second ago, or you gave a statement that will lead me to asking a question. How far do we expect this tiebreaker to go down? Like, what is it 2 spots? Is it step 3?
I
Like,
don't
it's definitely
know.
not going to ever get to the, dare I say, ever. We're not going to get down to F. It's not going to happen. It's not going to get to 6. It's not going to be a random draw. I don't even know if it's going to get to 5. You know, like, I feel like they're going to figure this crap out sooner.
I don't know, and I just anymore. I don't have the energy to fight it anymore.
Yes, you do. You stop it. You stop pretending. When something goofy happens this year, you're going to yell about it.
Well, of course.
So do you do have
Because
the
I
energy?
I do enjoy when allegedly smart people do stupid things and then it's exposed and then I laugh at them.
Yeah, I know. So you will have the energy to fight.
I'll always have the energy to laugh.
You just said you. Oh, okay.
to laugh.
Interesting.
To laugh heartily.
Rick says game
I will
week.
laugh and I told you so.
Game week 1 is always a great time of the season. The entire season filled with optimism and ambitious results is all in front of us. Let us hope this season is finally the season that's not a repeat of game 1s of seasons past.
Yeah, think about it. It's been a while since a game 1.
Been a while.
Since Nebraska left a game 1 satisfied, right?
Oh, wow. Satisfied? Yeah, because the last time they won a game 1 was 2019. The last time they left a game 1 satisfied, oh boy. Might be Bo's last year, but everyone hated Bo. I don't know, man. Maybe the Taylor Martinez opener, 2010.
Could be.
Seriously. Every other game 1 has like these weird moments in him. That one, people were like, whoa, this is cool, and the defense is good.
Well, coming up next, maybe we can get an insight into how this game will go. We have a bit of a look ahead to UTEP.
Let's do it.
Because Matt Rule had some things to say about UTEP.
That's awesome.
Thanks to our great scribes who asked questions that led to UTEP answers.
I love that we call them scribes.
And then one of those scribes, Mitch Sherman's going to join us.
It's a younger scribe.
It is game week, and it's Red Out Week, brought to you by Union Bank. Don't forget, we'll be at Oscars on Thursday.
Yes.
For the big football powwow power lunch.
Wings, rings, and football things.
That is, oh, Nick, put it on a T-shirt.
Put it on a T-shirt.
Awesome.
And then on the back say, but beating Colorado won't be that
Don't
important.
you stop it. You stop it. And while Michael Severe won't be there with us on Thursday, you know where he will be this weekend, John?
No.
Back on 1620 The Zone on Sunday.
Severe Reaction's back?
Severe Reaction is back, folks.
Every Sunday at 8 a.m., right?
Wow.
It's 8 a.m., right?
I think so. That's why I never said the time. I think it's at 8 a.m.
It's 8 a.m. 8
I
to
think it's
10.
8 a.m., yeah. 2 hours. Listen to Michael and then go to church.
Or go to church, then listen to Michael. Some people go to 7 a.m.
Or they go to the Saturday services.
Maybe some people like to use Severe Reaction as a form of church for themselves.
Interesting.
Well, either way, it'll be back and
Folks.
right here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Well, doing a quick scan of the FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code 1620, fanduel.com/1620.
Nice.
The line has
Circa
been
Sports
sitting
Iowa.
at 27.5. It is still at 27.5 with the total at 48.5, which means Nebraska's a 4-touchdown favorite.
And 48.5. That is a 38-10 kind of dominating ass whooping that Vegas is expecting.
That is exactly
Numbers.
what that is. But
It's called math, Nick.
one person who
What?
is not necessarily expecting an ass whooping, well, at least he's not saying it outwardly, is Matt Rule, who talked about the folks at UTEP today, including their brand new coach, Scotty Walden, who comes over from UTEP. Nebraska's facing a few new coaches in new places. You have UTEP. You have
Signetti at Indiana.
Signetti at Indiana. You have I'm in LA
Oh,
at
yeah.
UCLA.
Foster.
Deshaun Foster. Are those the only three?
I was trying to go through the other teams on the top of my
I
head.
believe those are the only three.
Yeah, Colorado, obviously, not year two. UNI, not or year two. UNI, not a new head coach.
Yeah, I think those are the three.
Purdue, Rutgers, no. Wisconsin, no. Iowa, no. Yeah, I think you're right.
But here's some thoughts about Coach Walden from Matt Rule from today's press conference.
Coach Walden is a winner. I've known him since all the way back at East Texas Baptist, and he'll bring elite energy. He'll bring a dynamic offense and an aggressive defense. They've got excellent players, and so it's going to be quite a challenge. So we're excited about it, excited about our team, and look forward to seeing everyone there, starting with the legacy walk and all the way through the end of the game. We hope it's a great day because we've worked very hard to get to this day. So
11 players followed Walden from Austin Peay, his former place, to UTEP, and that includes a couple of wideouts in Trey Goodman and Cam Thomas. You've got Kenny Odom. Actually, it seems like almost all of his receivers are coming from.
And we saw the same thing from
from
James
Austin
Madison,
Peay.
right? And we'll
Yes.
to Indiana. We'll talk about that game next or in a month and a half. I'm always curious as to how that works, how that ends up working out for a program, especially like this, where that is an entirely different level of football,
Mhm.
and to bring multiple players up to this level, the FBS level, I think is interesting, and I certainly don't know if it's going to work out in one of these early years for a coach.
Well, if anything, it should at least
seems hard.
It seems hard, but it also seems like it's shortcutting a little bit because at least you have a core group of guys
who
get what coach is talking about, who get the system.
But can you perform at that level? Like it's
sure.
It's
Yeah,
important.
that's
and
always
again,
a
we'll see this
question.
with Indiana. They're bringing a ton of players from James Madison. That's cool that they understand the ins and outs, right? Of what's expected from the head coach and what is asked of you and how the playbook looks. Like all those things I think is very, very valuable. But at a certain point, you got to line up on the field and you're going to go up against a Power 4 roster. And so you might know everything, but are you as talented? Are you able to keep up with them?
Right. But I do think it gives you at least some kind of a leg up in that at least you're not, as Bo used to say, swimming in it.
For sure.
You might be swimming in it because you're not as talented as the other team, but at least you know what you're supposed to be doing. Theoretically. They also have a new offensive coordinator who is not from Austin Peay, but it's someone that Nebraska faced last year. Jake Brown, the former offensive coordinator at Louisiana Tech.
Jake Brown is the OC. Jake was the OC last year at La Tech. They ran two middle screens that should have been touchdowns. One, Jamari made an amazing play, and one, they kind of got in their own way, but they had us dialed up. So, when you have older guys, you can warn them of things, and they don't take it as like, oh, coach doesn't believe in us. Oh, coach, don't worry. Like, you have to have humble confidence, right? Like, you prepare for everything. And so going back and watching the way Jake and them attacked us at La Tech, going back and watching the tempo of Colorado affect us in the game, late in the game, going back and watching Coach Walden play Alabama 2 years ago, watching them play Tennessee a year ago, watching all of their games last season, you can see the ways in which they've hurt people. And then veteran players should set up, lock their jaw to get ready for those things.
At the very least, John, like that's got to be really nice that, where there's this whole new coaching staff that you have like actual tape on maybe a very specific play caller that you saw a year ago, like that. That's always the hard part, in my opinion, about these new staffs, new programs. changing things over where it's game one and it's like, oh man, we are going off of ideas, and maybe you're looking at the roster and maybe you can find some spring game tape, but that's really not going to tell you a whole lot. And so while this isn't going to be the end all be all, at least you have something on what this offensive coordinator did because you saw it.
Just like Nebraska, UTEP had their final scrimmage last week, treated it like a game-like situation, but they have not yet announced a starter. Walden has still not announced a starter. Now, Skylar Locklear was a quarterback at Austin Peay last year, but he was like third on the depth chart, and he only threw like 7 passes all year. And Cade McConnell is one of the leftovers from last year's UTEP team. Those two have been reportedly neck and neck, and a decision has yet to be announced. We'll see if Walden does one of those. We'll wait until game time to announce it, or if he's actually going to announce it ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, it's not like Nebraska's got about 7 pass attempts of film on McConnell and 7 pass attempts of film on Locklear. So it really doesn't matter which one is starting.
Yeah.
I think at least in terms of this game. And then one other thing, and we're going to get to Mitch, but on the defensive side, and I remember when we previewed UTEP in 25, then it was 25 teams and 25 Grums.
Yeah.
We talked about the top pass rusher from Conference USA last year is back in Maurice Westmoreland.
He's a pro. He's versatile. Great arm over, great ability to affect pass rushers with it. He can rattle his pads, shoulder shake, and get tackles off balance. Not afraid to take the inside move, which is the hallmark of a really confident pass rusher. He's got a great motor. And he can also drop into space, So while he is sort of like a known rusher, you also have to account for, hey, what if he doesn't come? You can't put a back on him. So excellent football player. One of the better guys we'll see.
And that's where Nebraska right now is, at least on offense, probably weakest off that left side because of the change at tackle due to the injury.
Man, I have to bring back, did the coaches really say that with that clip?
Maybe. He had 7.5 sacks last season and 10.5 tackles for loss. So there'll be some unique challenges here. Not saying Nebraska's not in any jeopardy of losing this game, but I think there will be for a first game.
Yeah,
I think there'll be
going to happen.
There'll be some unique challenges. Hell, we saw it in the game, the Florida State game. Remember how they marched down the field? Oh, Florida State, boy, they look really good. And they didn't look that way the rest of the game.
Come on Saturday when college football began and we were all watching.
I'm talking,
Good call, John. I couldn't agree more.
A game that, on any other week, no one would have paid attention to.
Wow, interesting. When a top 10 team loses, I pay attention because I love football and I love watching. I'm talking about it with you. Well,
You're a nerd.
I did. Those were the old days. Now I get to talk about it with Nick.
You're a football pervert.
Yes, great. He is a football pervert.
Hey,
You just like to watch. You don't care what it is.
if you're going to be a pervert for something, it's good to be one for football.
A football cuck, you might say. Mitch Sherman joins us next on 1620 Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. I was about to call Mitch this morning and ask for advice on where to park.
Yeah.
And then I saw his tweet.
What did he
and
say?
I was like, you know what? I think I'll just watch this one online.
What did he say?
Well, Mitch, he was looking for a place to park today to go to because, school is back and the lots are.
School's back.
That's the nice thing about covering
summer.
training camp is that the kids aren't back in school yet. So there's plenty of places to park. But once all the students are back, Mitch ended up parking, I believe, at the U.S. Post Office, right, Mitch?
Somewhere around there. Why do they have to have students on that campus?
Great question.
You know what?
Why does the university have students? It's stupid.
I mean, college football's kind of moving away from the whole you got to go to class anyway. They're all
Excellent
getting
point.
paid.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
I'm with you. I almost had to park in the AD Emeritus spot, but I thought better of it.
Yeah.
And then moved over a few lots away. But I made it in time. Plenty of time to see that rule.
Good.
Yes, certainly did. Now, Mitch, we will be getting your prediction for the season, so stand by for that. But we have not yet talked. We're almost 2 hours into the Grum. We have not yet talked about the news of the day from the depth chart, and that is that Nebraska's got a rowing team now because there's many oars in the running back room.
In one room in particular.
In the running back room. What did you make of all four running backs basically all sharing the same spot?
Well, it was striking that those were the only oars. There are no oars anywhere else on the offense or defense. Saw some on special teams. So,
yep.
What have EJ Barthel and Ed Foley been doing for the last month, if not determining who the starters are at their key positions? And I'm kidding. They've been working hard and getting these players ready, and apparently they've got them all ready because they have many players. They either have many players. You can look at it like they either have many players who are ready to start, or they don't have any players who are ready to start.
Yeah.
The running back one is for sure interesting. I didn't think it was going to be a 4-way tie, but it tells you that Dante Dowdell has continued to make a push. And one thing that I've thought as this position when this position has come up, one thing I've thought is that Nebraska has a unique group because they all, in some way, have different skill sets. And Matt Rule talked about that. You can see that at some places, some other spots on the offense and defense. I think you can maybe look at Jack linebacker. You can maybe look at defensive end, even inside linebacker, especially when Javen Wright was healthy, and say, okay, there's players with different skill sets that could determine in what situations and how often they play. But that really is a factor at the running back spot because Ramir Johnson is not like Emmett Johnson, and neither one of them are like Gabe Ervin. And we'll see on Dowdell. I don't know that we've learned enough about him to know exactly what his strengths are, but he looks bigger than he did in the spring. And in the spring, he had a good spring game after being up and down through spring practice, according to the coaches. So, yeah, I mean, they like Matt Rule kind of laid this one out like they've got some time. They're going to give all of these guys opportunities, and the determining factor needed some game evidence, that there wasn't enough evidence in 4 weeks of practice to name a player or two players who have emerged. So they're going to go into these games and give all of them opportunities. And I think by the time they get to the Big Ten season in 4 weeks, they hope to have this thing pared down.
I have a theory.
Okay.
I believe the depth chart, the tweet came out before the Big Ten's tiebreaker tweet. I bet right now, if EJ Barthel goes to Sports Source Analytics, which
He'll
is
get his
the sixth
answer?
tiebreaker, he can get his answer on running back.
What do you think?
They'll tell him who it is. Yeah, you're right.
Mitch, what do you think it is that they are actually looking for? Like, Rule now multiple times, including today, has mentioned that whole like And today he altered it a little bit. If they're blocking for 4 yards, I want 12. But then he did the same thing he's always said. If they're blocking for 4, I want 80. Like, is it as simplistic as they want to see who can bust one of these runs longer than it should be, or is it more complicated than that?
It's more complicated. I think that's some of it. Yeah, they want a big play threat. They want to be able to give the ball to one of their backs and not feel like 6 to 8 yards is the high end of what's going to happen. And I don't know that any of those players have made you think that. I think all of them have had their moments where they've been able to break runs, but they want to see it more consistent. And of course, that involves more than the running backs. That's in part about the offensive line and the receivers, the work that they do. I mean, to break an 80-yard run, you're going to need most of the offense or a big part of the offense to be involved, the personnel. Like, it's going to involve some downfield blocking, like to get in front of players in the secondary. Not a lot of running backs can do that on their own, 80 yards or even like 30 yards. But it's even more than that with the running backs. What they're looking for is a complete back. And I think pass protection is every bit as important of an element in the prerequisite to play significant time at running back in this offense as anything that they do when they have the ball in their hands. They have to avoid turnovers. They have to pick up the blitz when that's their responsibility. And then they have to be able to have some big play potential. All of those things are equally important. No one. Well, I mean, Marcus Satterfield might say different. Ask him tomorrow, and he always emphasizes the importance of pass protection. Matt Rule might say something different, but my thought and my read on it is that those three factors right there all have about equal importance to this coaching staff as they kind of narrow down who gets the most reps when we get closer to October.
I wasn't surprised necessarily to see his name on the depth chart as high as it was, but especially after listening to how the coaches have talked about him. I'm talking about Ja'Cory Barney, but he's their number 2 right behind Isaiah Nair. And we already thought that, Barney was probably going to have a significant role on special teams. It sounds like he is going to be in the mix very early on, like, right up there with the top receivers.
Yeah, one of the top 6 in the game. And I think they probably want to get it to a place where they're playing 6 or 7. It's hard to play 9 receivers. And they went 3 deep at all 3 receiver positions. There'll be some times, not too often, but there may be an instance here or there where Nebraska plays 4 receivers. And, you can look at Thomas Fedoni as a receiver. Carter Nelson is a receiver, although he was recruited in Nebraska as a tight end. I think even the guys who are on the 3 line at wide receiver, and 2 of them are Nelson and Alex Bullock, who played more reps than anyone at the receiver spot last year. Those guys are in their plans. So, we talk about having to pare things down at the running back spot. They've got to pare it down somewhat at receiver. Maybe some of that'll take care of itself. Rule kind of hinted at that. Somebody will emerge, or injuries are a part of the game. So they may not have like real difficult decisions to make when it gets 3 or 4 weeks down the road, as far as, okay, what are the top 6 or 7 at receiver and who are the top 2 at running back? Some of that stuff, those decisions may get made for them. But right now, I think all of those guys who were listed on the depth chart today, 1 through 3 at 3 different positions at receiver, are going to get opportunities. They're not going to put Carter Nelson in that spot and we've heard about him all through camp. They intend to play him as a 3. He's not out there for 4 games. I do not believe. I mean, he's a huge part of special teams too. So there's no way that they're looking at him as a 4-game player right now. And it's not just for special teams. Like they intend for him to be part of this offense. I think he's someone on the 3 line as much or more than anyone on the whole depth chart who has an opportunity to really rise up and play a lot of reps this season.
Mitch, beyond everyone gets through healthy and Nebraska wins 70-0, like, what's a realistic best case scenario look like on Saturday afternoon for Nebraska? And it could be from the perspective of which players get in the game, how somebody performs, figuring out a position. Mm-hmm. What's a best case scenario for Nebraska?
They come out of it just feeling good about the way they played the game. And I'm kind of echoing what Rule said on Friday. Like, he's not so concerned about the score. He's concerned about how they feel about the way they played football. Was it tough and physical, and did they make smart decisions in high stress situations? I mean, you have to look at the true freshman quarterback as a big factor in feeling good about this game. If they win 35-10 and Dylan is shaky and turns it over a couple times and struggles with his pocket presence and gets hit, that's you're not going to feel great about some stuff, considering that you've got a more difficult opponent, seemingly a more difficult opponent coming in week 2. Who knows? Maybe UTEP will be better than Colorado. I look at it right now and I think Colorado's the better of the two for sure. But hey, Colorado surprised us at the beginning of the season last year for playing one way. Maybe it'll be the other way this year. I don't know, but you want to be ready for them. And if there's things that are shaky at key positions like quarterback or the ability to stop the run, like if Nebraska's given up 5-7 yards, on first down runs, that's going to be concerning. You want to shut that stuff down. You want to be good on third down. They obviously want to win the turnover battle. I think you want to show the ability to make a field goal, make your field goal opportunities, punt the ball well, cover punts, look like you have an ability to do something on kick and punt returns. And it's not just going to be, you get it where you catch it kind of thing, or you expect to start at the 25 or in on kickoff returns, show some explosiveness in those areas. All of that stuff plays in, and I think is more important than whatever it says on the scoreboard as long as they win.
Mitch Sherman joining us from The Athletic. Obviously, all eyes are going to be on Dylan Raiola, and I do wonder how fans are going to be expecting him to look in his first college game. It's very easy just to sit back and say, well, if he just doesn't turn the ball over, it'll feel like a good day. But then you sense that, folks might come away a little disappointed if we don't see a splashy play or two. What does a good start by Dylan have to look like on Saturday?
I think we're almost set up a little bit for disappointment because the bar is so high, the expectations are so high. You saw him really look composed in the spring game and, throw for 240 yards and hit on, 70% plus of his passes. I think he was 16 of 22. So I don't know that that's realistic in a collegiate debut. Like, he needs to go over 50%. Yeah, he obviously has to avoid the turnovers. I think what you want to see from him is the composure to stay in the pocket. Like, you don't want to see him running out of the pocket when things are calm back there, when things are steady and there's not a pass rush coming. There's been a lot of Nebraska quarterbacks that if they're in the pocket for a second or two and there's not a receiver breaking open, even if the pass rush isn't coming, they have a tendency to take off or just get antsy and impatient. And you obviously want Dylan Raiola to be patient and to let his receivers get open, because he has receivers this year. Some quarterbacks in the past haven't had receivers with the ability to get open. He does. I mean, Jalen Lloyd can find his way open. Jamal Banks is going to get open. Isaiah Nair can catch the ball when it's contested. Same thing with Thomas Fidone. There's all kinds of weapons for Ja'Cory Barney is going to get open. Carter Nelson can win battles to catch the football. So Dylan's got to give those guys a chance to make plays, and some of that with him is just being patient. So I think you want to see that. You want to see him spread the ball around some, not getting fixated on his first reads, and I think he will do that. I don't think that's something that changes necessarily from the spring. He looked really good in that area when we saw him in April, and just being able to being aware of all of the weapons that he had around him. If he has to check it down to the running back, he's got good running backs who can catch the ball depending on who's in the game. But I mean, certainly some of them are dangerous if they get the ball on a check down. So his job is to be a distributor, is to be a manager in this first game. You don't want to put too much on his shoulders. And I think the way that they game plan, that's going to be evident.
Mitch, what's at stake for his play caller this season? What's at stake for Satterfield?
Well, I mean, it's the same thing in any year. I mean, he's maybe a little bit more. People are watching him closely because last year didn't go as expected. But I don't think that you can put too much of that on Marcus Satterfield. I mean, look at what he had to do last year with a change at quarterback 2 weeks into the season, or 1.5 games, 1 3/4 games into the season. They went away from the guy that they had been building that offense around all through the offseason. And it wasn't just that they lost the quarterback. They had losses at receiver. They had losses on the offensive line later on. They had big time losses at running back. They had to change in midstream, and we probably were hard on him because the offense was not efficient and didn't score points and turned it over too much, when the blame should have been more spread around on the players. And then some of it was just, bad luck, not enough depth. So I don't think he comes into this year as a result of last year with, extra weight on his shoulders, just because the offense was not a well-oiled machine in 2023. But if it gets off to a clunky start, I think some of that's going to come into play. It'll be like, well, he couldn't do it last year, when he didn't necessarily have the pieces lined up, and now there are pieces lined up this year, and it looks the same, or it looks inefficient, even if it's better. So there's some pressure on him, but he's $1 million assistant coach. Like anybody who's $1 million assistant coach and his unit struggled the previous year, there's going to be some extra pressure. And there's pressure on Tony White. That expectations are high for him, and you consider the big raise that he got, and how everyone thinks, look, he's just destined to be a head coach in 4 months. That puts pressure on a guy. So I don't know that it's a different kind of pressure on Satterfield, but I think there's equally large amounts of weight on the shoulder of both of those coordinators and play callers.
All right, Mitch, we're going to ask our 10 questions later this week when we do our season preview, but I'm going to reserve one back for all of you who are our regular guests. The most exhilarating win of the year will be who, and the most frustrating loss will be against who in 2024?
Okay, well, I'm going to say Colorado for the most exhilarating win, because I feel like there's so much on the line with that game, and we'll, I'm sure, talk more about it next week, but when they get there, like if Nebraska takes care of business in week 1, that game is going to determine so much about how people feel in the early stage of this season, like the whole first half of this season. Like if they're 1-1 after Colorado, the disappointment is going to be so thick. Not like last year. It's worse than going 0-2 to start last year. It will be. And if it's 2-0, look, that's not guaranteeing you much of anything. That's not guaranteeing you a spot in the Big Ten championship, or a spot in the first college football playoff rankings. But there will be such exhilaration among Nebraska fans for being 2-0, just because they haven't been able to get over against CU in recent years. So to me, I think they're going to win that game, and I think it's going to be right up there, maybe the most exhilarating of the year, at least in the moment. And the most disappointing, it's this year's not just going to be all beautiful moments. So I'm going to pick them to lose a game that they'd probably be favored in right now, and I'll just say Rutgers.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it is a good one, Mr. I'm going against the grain and saying that Rutgers is going to be bad.
It's a good one because it'd make people very upset. So it's good from the spirit of the question.
Contrarian boy.
I see.
All right,
by the way, I forget about seeing the press conferences or week 0.
Yeah.
I know that football season is here when Josh is already asking coordinator hot seat questions.
You stop
before
it.
the season's even started.
You stop it. All right, Mitch. Record prediction. Jack Mitchell was the first. He actually changed. Like a month ago, he said 8-4. Now he's at 7-5. Where are you at, Mitch?
I'm at 8-4.
Oh,
positive boy.
Look at that. I assume that you were debating between 8-4 and 7-5. Why the tip to 8-4?
Oh, I don't know. I just said 8-4, and I say 5-4 in the Big Ten. They're going to win.
I like it.
Win all of their non-conference games. So you start 3-0, and from there they're going to go 5-4. And there's going to be some ups and downs in going 5-4 in the Big Ten. You can guess one or two that. I've got them losing Rutgers. I've got them losing Ohio State. And then you can find 2 more. So that's. And I don't know that I'm like, nailing my feet to the ground on this Rutgers thing. You guys just asked me
yeah, sure.
Disappointing loss, so I took that one. I'm not going all in on that, but I'll stick with it, whatever. But 8-4, and it would be viewed as a big success. It's probably going to include a win. It certainly would include a win in one of those last 2 games against Iowa and Wisconsin, and Nebraska fans would be elated at either one of those victories.
I think you would be correct.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's on the board, 8-4. We've already made progress. Last year, Mitch would not commit to it.
No, yeah.
But this year he is.
They're going bowling.
All right. Mitch, thanks. We'll see you Saturday.
All right. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
There
Bye,
he is,
Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. By the way, a couple of things in The Athletic that's worth your time if you're a subscriber.
Yeah.
They've done their tiered college football coach rankings. We haven't gotten to that yet. But,
No.
I disagree with Chris Vanini and Bruce Feldman.
Oh.
Also, speaking of former Husker coaches,
yeah,
there's a pretty good story today about Bill Callahan's days at Wisconsin.
Oh, I have not read this story.
It's a good one.
Interesting.
And a lot of people kind of credit because Billy C was the offensive line coach when Barry Alvarez turned the program around. He was the first. And people credit him with the reputation that Wisconsin has earned on the offensive lines, even to this day.
Wow. Interesting. Well, that sounds like a fun read.
Yeah. So check those things out. Also, check out the FanDuel Sportsbook where you can see all the lines for all the games this week. And right now, friends, all you have to do as a FanDuel customer is bet $5 on any game, on anything. And you get 3 free weeks of NFL Sunday Ticket.
What?
That's right. A 3 free week trial of NFL Sunday Ticket. Try it out for yourself. See if you like it. And if you do, you stick with it. You go ahead and buy the subscription. If not, you can cancel. It's no big deal. But do it today so you can take full advantage when the NFL season starts in less than 2 weeks. This is your chance to watch every out-of-market Sunday afternoon game. So if you're tired of watching the Chiefs all the time, or if you have a favorite team that never gets on TV, this is your opportunity. Visit FanDuel.com/1620.
One of the games, John, that I know a lot of people will be watching on Thursday is North Dakota State at Colorado. The Buffs, 9.5-point favorites. I know a lot of people like them to lose or at the very least to be a one-score game. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620. As John mentioned, and again, you can get 3 weeks of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Just bet $5 at FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Why would I want to mention 1620 the email when I can mention Rolston Days?
Well, you can mention that too. You can mention both.
I just did. Rolston Days this weekend, Friday through Sunday. Free admission there at the Liberty First Credit Union Arena. There'll be food trucks. There'll be beer, cold beer.
What?
There'll
Tasty?
be rides. There'll be fun. There'll be games. There'll be all kinds of neat, family-friendly activities and stuff for the adults as well. So check it out. Parking lot, Liberty First Credit Union Arena, Rolston Days.
All the things that you just mentioned, though, remind me of 1620 the email.
Well,
Fun.
that's free too.
It is free, and
But there's no family-friendly activities.
Well, yeah, when you see a picture of Nick's face in there, it's not safe for anybody.
That's
let
good.
Or
alone
your face.
That's a great email, Nick. But we have a great prize. It's going to be a weekly prize. Many weeks this year. I've been told 10 weeks of prizes. 10 weeks, John.
That's a lot of weeks.
That's a lot of weeks.
long time.
We've done this contest over the last few years.
And
during
10
football
weeks
season.
in, football season will be practically over.
Would you stop it, you monster? And your dumbass sport's going to be there with the orange ball and the rim that goes clank. Nobody likes that. It's cold outside. The sun is setting early.
Go deep into the postseason.
Don't care about that. That's not why I dislike it. That's not why I dislike it. But anyway,
What does that have to do with 1620 the email?
Well, if you sign up today, we have this amazing prize that will allow you to enjoy football season more than you ever have before. That's what I would say. We've done this thing over the years.
So what do you
during
do?
the
You just walk outside and scream, I want 1620 the email?
If you do that and you record yourself doing that, Nick will give you a friend of the program shirt because we still have some. Right?
I haven't checked lately.
So all you have to do is walk outside, scream, I want 1620 the email.
Again, that'll give you a shirt. But if you go to the website, you can subscribe, which is very easy. Yeah, you just put in your email, boom, subscribe, and you can help yourself. We're just trying to help people, John. Make money, maybe.
All right.
Subscribe
So we asked a poll question during Jack's segment.
Yeah.
Which scenario are you more confident in going Nebraska's way? You're up 3 and you're on defense. Late game situation.
Yeah.
Or down 3 and you're on offense.
Should we have made it tie game on defense, tie game on offense? Just because, like, as multiple people pointed out, you always want to be up. Like in one of these scenarios, you are literally winning the game. In the other one, you are literally losing the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's our bad for an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, but I guess if you
My
wanted to look at it that way. Think of the Maryland game. It was a tie game.
For sure. Well, the up 3 on defense is running away with things right now.
Yeah.
86%
So maybe we need to
votes.
reframe the question.
Yeah.
And ask it again. But let's not overpopulate the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page with poll
John
questions.
doesn't like overpopulation.
I didn't say that. We don't have a problem with overpopulation, but we would if we asked another poll question. But we do have phase 4.
Yes, we do.
Phase 4 right now.
The final
we have
phase.
until the end of this week.
Yep.
But it is time for the final answer. What do you think Nebraska's record will be in 2024, regular season only?
Yeah.
And we will be updating this later this week with the final result.
Has the positivity reached its zenith? Has the positivity reached its zenith?
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm guessing we will.
We'll find out. But go vote right now, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
Perfect.
And let your opinion be known to the universe.
Can't wait.
Still to come, we're going to examine what a good year would make. And we're going to do this all week long. We're going to look at a couple of position groups every day.
Yeah.
And today we're going to look at special teams and defensive backs and basically ask the question, what would mark a good year for those position groups? Obviously, go undefeated. No, we're not talking about, we're just talking about what would be classified a good year for these position groups.
Exactly.
And today it's special teams and defensive backs.
By the way, you pointed out that I'm already trying to run somebody out of town.
Yes. What was the deal with the question? I mean, you're like, what's at stake?
I thought that was a fine question.
What's at stake?
What's at stake for him?
Marcus Satterfield?
Not talking about food, folks. Not talking about medium rare.
Just
I
because
almost feel like Nebraska can't have a season if Josh isn't out on at least one of, if not both.
Do you
of the
think he did a
coordinators.
good job last year? I sure as hell
The
don't.
offense was bad last year.
I know. I gave him grace last year. I said,
well, if you
Marcus
gave him
had-
grace last year, So basically, what you're saying is this is his year one.
I didn't ask that. I wasn't asking I wasn't asking should he get fired. I was just asking what's at stake. The reason I asked that was because I was reading Sam McEwen, which I do every Monday morning, and man, it's nice to have the in-season rewind back. And he had an incredible stat. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Offensive coordinator Marcus Satterfield's last 3 units, 1 at NU, 2 at South Carolina, 31, 27, and 24 giveaways.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of giveaways.
Yes, it is.
No, I think it's a fine question to ask how much is that his fault versus maybe how much of it is having quarterbacks who are, tire fires. I think those are very fair questions to wonder about. I would also admit that
I consider he was facing SEC defenses too.
Yeah, well, other coordinators in the SEC don't turn the ball over at that rate. Just because you're in a tough conference doesn't mean you have to turn it over at a high rate. I've never been a fan of the hiring. I would admit that. I'm also someone who is very much giving him grace for last year because he was learning the offense that they would eventually call from Tom Osborne. He was learning the option offense from Tom and then trying to teach it to Harburg. Last year is not a very good year to judge him by.
No.
But if you don't think that he was an inspired hire at the start, I think that it's fine to ask, what's on the table for him this year? What could happen this year? What's at stake for him this year? But it doesn't have to be an end-all be-all.
Yeah, but when you ask what's at stake, it's like, well, there are stakes. What's the stakes?
Yeah, what is the stakes? Yeah, going into the next year.
Yeah, I have a
good?
feeling poor Marcus isn't he's gonna be in a no-win situation.
Matthew says I'm with Josh.
Thank
you, Matthew.
If they do well, they got a 5-star quarterback and Dylan was really good. They did it in spite of him.
Oh, 100%.
Or
100%.
if they underachieve, he's
wasting him away.
It's not Dylan's fault. It's Satterfield's
But honestly,
fault.
along those lines, isn't that a reason why you kind of wonder, what's at stake for him? You only get Raiola for a few years, You might give him for 1. I don't think that's going to be the case, but there's a world where that
now
happens.
First, you're firing offensive coordinators. Now you're alluding that the quarterback's going to transfer after 1 year.
Okay,
he can't go pro after 1 year.
Alluding, no. Saying that it's a possibility, yes, it is a possibility. Of course, it's a possibility. Everything is on the table. I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, it is a rather interesting year, but you also bring in.
Some would say there's a lot at stake.
You also bring in Glenn Thomas.
Yeah, for sure. And he's another guy who, if they are good, he's going to get credit for it, right?
Yeah, people like you will give
situation.
him credit, and Satterfield will be like, "Oh, they're winning in spite of him. They're achieving in spite of him."
Satterfield is going to get no credit if their offense is good.
He's
this
probably
year,
not.
People are going to give Glenn Thomas and Dylan Raiola all the credit in the world, and then the wide receivers. What? Why are you mad at me?
Because you're the one that's perpetuating this already.
Wrong.
Season hasn't even started yet.
Perpetuating.
And you already got the offensive coordinator on a hot seat.
Well, I'm not a huge fan of him. That's all I'm saying. I'm not in the hot seat. I don't have him on the hot seat.
You just asked what's at stake.
What's at stake for you on the show today? It's a normal question.
No, not much. I mean, you just finish the show. You come back tomorrow and you do another one.
Well, then maybe he gets.
At least I won't be putting any coordinators on the hot seat. You know what? What's at stake for Tony White this season?
That's a fun question. Perhaps better job prospects if the defense is really awesome. That's what I would say for him. Right? I'm not wrong. If they have a top 10 unit this year, he's going to set himself up to get hired away.
He
top
set
25.
himself up to get hired away last year. I mean,
yeah, but if he does it again, man, if they have a top 10 unit,
they would have to take a nosedive for Tony White's name not to get mentioned in job offers next year.
Oh, 100. So that's what's at stake.
Well,
or top 25 versus top 10. If he's a top 10 coordinator, oh my gosh, that could be massive.
Well, it also depends on what jobs are opened up, and
that's a great point. Yeah, and what kind of relationship he would have with perhaps the AD that is hiring him.
I think the real question is talking about coordinators.
Yeah,
what's at stake for Ed Foley?
Okay, now that is somebody who could actually have some stuff at stake from the real negative perspective. Defense need to be better, or special teams needs to be better.
Well, we're going to ask what would a good year make for special teams and defensive backs?
Yeah.
And thoughts on the running back room and all of the oars.
What's at stake for that room?
Remember what I said last week about how did we phrase the question? There was what do you feel more confident in, and what do you feel more skeptical about? Remember what I said? What I was more confident in. I was talking about the running game.
Yeah.
Uh,
You don't feel that way anymore?
uh,
Welcome back. By the way, Brett McMurphy has just tweeted within the last few moments.
that Satterfield's already gone.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, wow. They fired him. No, Big 12 presidents and ADs heard data and value points today regarding UConn as a potential Big 12 member, sources told the Action Network. There was never any plan to vote on UConn today, so League will continue gathering info on Huskies' impact to Big 12 by joining as a football member in 2031 and in non-football sports as early as 2026, sources said. So that is the latest on the Huskies of UConn. Welcome to the Big 12, UConn. Maybe.
There are a lot of good questions being asked about old Larry Scott 2.0. Why are they pushing for this right now, given that they haven't even officially started with the new teams they just added? And you've got a lot of uncertainty out there. You don't know how this house settlement is actually going to be applied.
Yep.
I get why UConn wants to do this.
Yep.
But why would the Big 12 want to do this right now?
Also, yeah, I want to watch football. I don't want to talk about conference realignment anymore. This is football season.
No. Blame your boy, Larry Scott 2.0.
Levi in Colorado says, are we doing what's for dinner already? What's at stake? You know what? Next time I go to steakhouse, I think I'm going to order mine Rare Plus. I had medium rare last time, and I was like, you know what? I think I want it cooked a little less.
So, a lot of places struggle with medium rare. The last few times I've
Yeah.
gotten
But I went to
medium
a
rare
fancy.
place,
I went to a fancy steakhouse.
fancy steakhouses are screwing it up.
I'm
for me
ordering
lately,
Rare
too.
Plus next time.
Just do blue rare.
Nah, I don't want it that rare.
No.
If you
Rare
go to
Plus.
if you go to the right steakhouse and they're doing it right, medium rare is perfect.
Yeah, I think I like it cooked a little less now.
Well, I
I've
think
Sorry that I have an
think-
adult palate, unlike you. Tiny
I've never
baby
even
John.
heard of Rare Plus. I
It's
didn't
in
know that was a
between
thing.
rare and medium rare.
It's all these people. I want to do this. It's like medium. There's rare, medium, well done. 5. That's it.
Oh,
None
there's
of
more.
this plus that.
Max says rare is the way to go. Rare Plus is the way to go. Look at that, the way to go. Many are saying. You're starting to hear this more and more. You know,
Go
it's
to the
not.
right steakhouse and you know how
I
to
went to
do
a
it.
great steakhouse. It was awesome. I just want a little.
Are
less
you
cooked.
sure?
Yeah.
I think they overcooked it.
I don't think so.
Well, coming up, what would a good year make? 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, Big Red Overreaction returns for another exciting season.
Oh, man.
This Saturday, right after the game, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone TV, zonetv.live, and 1019 The Keg.
1019 The Keg.
1019 The Keg.
Wow, imagine being on there all the time. Sports talk with the FM signal.
All the drunks, all the whacked out comments, all the overreaction you can handle after every Husker game.
And this year, we promise that the phone lines will work.
I didn't say that.
Sometimes. And
I
the
did
press
not say
conference
that.
will air on the YouTube.
I did not say that either.
What promises will we make?
I can promise that there's going to be some weird opinions.
Hell yeah, there are. Oh, wait, is Jimmy Allen hosting?
I
Got
don't know.
him!
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Greg in Myrtle Beach says, we tried to tell you that Satterfield's below average at best from day one, but you refused to listen. Remember the bitter Gamecock fans' narrative spewed all over Nebraska? Now you've seen why all of us said good riddance. Ask Spencer Rattler. Whoa! I never doubted anyone from South Carolina. I stood with South Carolina on this issue and this issue alone. What is up? Where is this John Bishop for?
Well, you're already firing people. Season hasn't even started yet.
Didn't fire anybody. I
It's almost as if you can build this narrative however you want.
What?
If the offense is good, oh, it's Glenn Thomas. Oh, it's Dylan
Okay, first of
Raiola.
all, I
If
was
the offense
kidding
is
about-
bad, it's all on Marcus.
For the record, I was kidding about the whole, giving credit to Glenn Thomas. Are you a Marcus Satterfield fan?
No, I'm just willing to give people a shot. That's all.
Sure.
And you can't grade anything on last year. Last year was a tire fire.
Can you grade him on his career though? Can you not grade somebody if I'm trying to think?
So that means that's what they're always going to be.
the Rams, Sean McVay decides to retire tomorrow, and they hire Cliff Kingsbury. Are you trying to talk yourself into
Well,
him?
first,
No.
Cliff,
He was a
no,
head
I would
coach.
not take. No, I would not do that.
All
But
right.
Cliff Kingsbury is a disaster.
Yeah.
You're saying Satterfield is a disaster.
Have you seen his offense? What are we talking about here? This isn't news. His offenses have been very pedestrian.
We haven't seen it at Nebraska at full strength.
But in his career, I'm talking about his career. I would say the same thing for you. Oh, Cliff Kingsbury hasn't done it for the Rams yet. Why can't it be different? And you would say, because I've seen it.
It's just we always have.
I'm not trying to build a narrative.
We always have these referendums on these coordinators all the time. We
Sure.
do this all the time, and we don't give it an opportunity to actually do anything. So once we've built that narrative, I mean, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Uncle Don. We were all out on Uncle Don.
Yeah, we were
Gave
proven-
Uncle Don a chance. They did. And what happened?
Yeah, he's proven us to be wrong.
There you can't Marcus Satterfield do the
Sure,
same
of course
thing?
he can. I'm not
Especially
saying
with a 5-star quarterback?
I'm not saying he can't, for the record. That's why I asked the question of what was at stake for him this year. We're like, can he change the narrative on himself? I think he can. You don't think he can? Well, now you're being the one who's negative. I think he can change the narrative this year.
I just wouldn't put it in those terms. What's at stake?
Rare plus.
Will his house burn down?
Well, okay. See, now let's settle down. Now let's settle down.
So what would a good year make? Today we're going to focus on special teams and defensive backs.
Yes. What do you want to start? Special teams or defensive backs?
Well, I'm going to start with defensive backs, and I'm going to bring up some numbers.
Okay.
Now, of course, not all interceptions are from the secondary, but
Sure.
a lot of them are. The last 10 years, these are defensive interceptions since 2014. And in parentheses, the number of those defensive interceptions that happened in games that Nebraska won.
Oh, interesting.
And the reason I bring that up is
to show
the
you
correlation
Oh,
between getting interceptions, getting those kind of takeaways, and winning football games. Now, last 2 years, Nebraska only had 9 interceptions.
Yuck.
But last year, 6 of those 9 happened in games that the Huskers won.
Yeah, and let me use a different word. Is that correlation or is that causation? Were they getting interceptions and it was helping them win football games, versus just happening to come in those games?
Heck, let's go back to Nebraska's last bowl season, which is the high water mark, by the way, in defensive interception takeaways. 16 in 2016,
Yep.
and 14 of those happened in wins.
That says a lot.
2015, 10 picks, 8 happened in wins. And in 2014, 13 picks, 11 happened in wins. All told, there's been 103 total interceptions in the last decade of Nebraska football. 65% of them have occurred in games that the Huskers have won. And as we sadly know, the Huskers haven't won a whole lot of games in the last decade. But 65% of their picks have come in wins.
So where is this leading you to? What's the statement then to come off of this for you?
Well, to define what a good year for the defensive backs would be, get into double digits in interceptions.
We are on the same wavelength because I went a little deeper and I wrote 1 interception per game. Can you average 1 interception?
12.
And last year, if you got to that number where it's 1 per game, you were talking about a top 25-ish defense in terms of total interceptions. Top 25 defense in terms of just raw interceptions. And that was the first thing that I wrote down. I wrote down a couple other things. In particular, no more of those 3rd and 4th down situations where the opposition is picking up first downs. You know, it started in the opener darn near a year ago now to the day when they went up to Minneapolis on the 31st and they struggled and they gave up some back-breaking conversions. So cutting those down. And I did mention one player, John, and it was actually somebody that Matt Rule talked about a little bit today, and that was Bly Hill. Him returning from injury and becoming a contributor, I think, would be a good year for the team. But in particular, the first 2. 1 interception per game, no more 3rd and 4th and long conversions allowed through the year.
Nebraska last year, 3rd down conversions defensive.
Yep.
In wins,
just
26%.
Yep.
In losses,
horrible.
44%.
Horrible. I've looked up those numbers. In wins, if you could do that the whole year, 2nd best 3rd down defense in the entire country, if they could have had that number the whole year. If they were what they were at their losses, it's bottom. It's like 110, 111, somewhere in there. So they were, truly boom or bust. When they won games, it was in large part because they were getting off the field. When they lost games, in large part, it was because they were unable to get off the field. For a defense that was so very good across the board in a lot of metrics, the 3rd down issues was, because in the end, they're a top 50 unit, right? In terms of 3rd down, they were good, but certainly not elite. I would definitely say being a whole lot better in that regard would help.
And I know you can pretty much say this about every position group, but what else would define a good year, especially with the secondary, which has in past years been beset by injuries? To get through one of 2 things: either get through this year healthier than they have been, or have their depth come to the fore. You do have, sounds like Bly Hill is on the mend, could be available at some point relatively soon. You have Sierra Wright, who is out there.
The actor?
Not him. But I think it'd be one of those 2 things. Either you're getting through this season healthier than normal for a secondary, or your depth has filled in those gaps. I think that would be another sign it has been a good season for the secondary.
Yeah, I think those are good ones.
But especially the turnovers. Double-digit interceptions this year.
Couldn't agree more.
When I see double-digit interceptions.
All right.
For special teams, number 1, and this isn't necessarily in any particular order, but number 1, Ja'Cory Barney becomes a star.
Ooh, that's fun. I like that.
Ja'Cory Barney becomes a star. They've been talking him up.
Yes.
Been talking him up ever since the spring game. He has 1 return in the spring game, and Michael's got him on the Jet Awards watch list.
Yeah, seriously.
But in all seriousness, if he becomes a star, Nebraska has not had a star punt returner, strangely enough, since the last time they rolled a true freshman out there. And DeMornay Pearsonell had an electric year. That's the last time it felt like Nebraska had a real star on special teams from a return standpoint. If Barney becomes a star, And then the other one, and this is that honestly, if you were to prioritize, to me, this is number one.
Okay.
Finding a kicker you can trust inside 45 yards.
And that'd be nice.
That would define a good year. Because I'll be frank with you. I'm nervous about special teams this year.
Oh, me too.
I am, especially if for a program that is quote unquote chasing 3, trying to win 1-score games. Your kicker, in order to win those 1-score games, you have to make some kicks.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't trust your kicker inside of 45 yards, so to me, those two things would define a good year on special teams. You found a kicker you can trust inside 45 yards, and Ja'Cory Barney becomes a star.
I like those. Along those lines of your last one, I wrote finding and sticking with a kicker and a punter. Sam McEwen last week on the Pick Six pod with him and Evan and Tom Chattel, they did bold predictions, and one of Sam's bold predictions was like harrowing to think about, and that was that Nebraska will play 2 kickers and 2 punters this year, which is just like gross. Finding somebody that they trust, whether it's this weekend or certainly within the next few weeks. What you just mentioned, though, it reminds me of something that actually Sam wrote about today, and he is basically creating his own stat, if you will. He wrote about explosive special teams play. Sam says, a category of my own making that includes all punt and field goal blocks, any stop of a fake punt or field goal, any recovered fumble on a kickoff or punt return of 20 yards, kick returns of 40 yards, net punts of 50 yards, kickoffs covered inside an opponent's 15, and field goals longer than 50 yards. We'll keep track of the opponents too and see what the differential is at the end of the season. Basically, explosiveness. Can Nebraska be explosive with special teams? I gave a couple. I wrote down 2 things that I think would mark being explosive that went away from what Sam said. 2 touchdowns on special teams. Last year they had 1. They had the blocked field goal against Purdue, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 2 touchdowns. I don't care how. 2 touchdowns. And I wrote starting at the 30-yard line or better on average on kickoffs. You get a touchback and you're at the 25. Can they return it and get out past the 30? Can they have fewer than 70 yards to go when they get the football? And so those are the things that for me would mark a very successful and good special teams year for Nebraska.
Average starting field position.
I found a number last year, if I'm understanding this website right, collegefootballdata.com. I think their average starting field position was the 29-yard lines. 29-yard line. But the issue with that is in general. That is all possessions. I'm just thinking of kickoff. So maybe I'm being maybe a little too aggressive, perhaps, if their average starting field position was the 29-yard line. Yeah, indeed. They started at the 29 on average. So can you start at the 30? Can you start at the 31? Can you start at the 32? It'd be tough, but I think that would mark a really good year.
I'm looking right now. So last year, and again, this is all field position. This is every time you take possession of the ball.
Yeah.
Nebraska's net starting field position was minus 3.2 yards, meaning that the other team was starting 3 yards ahead of the average that Nebraska was starting at. Now, again, this is all starting field position,
It's
not just after
kickoffs.
kickoffs.
Yeah. They were one of the worst teams in the country.
108th.
Yeah.
And in offensive starting field position, they were only 95th. Their average drive started inside their own 30-yard line.
Yeah, see, can you change that around?
And by comparison, teams that were near the top of the list, I mean, Michigan won the national championship. Their starting offensive field position was the
34-yard line.
34-yard line.
Yeah, so think about that, right?
Which doesn't sound like a lot when you're talking 34 to the 29, but it is. It's a big difference. Because that's average.
See, that's
that
the
means
thing.
every drive is starting an average of 5 yards ahead.
One time.
Each time.
One time, it's only 5 yards. All right, but then multiply that by 100 possessions a year, and that's suddenly 500 yards of field position,
Correct.
when you look at it from that perspective.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's something that I will be keeping an eye on this year.
Tomorrow we'll tackle 2 other position groups and define what a good year would be for those groups. But coming up next in the happy hour, we have to hear from a coach that is a dirty, rotten cheater, Jim Harbaugh. Also a coach.
our friend.
Also a coach who is actually liked around here.
Oh, Jim Harbaugh again.
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh, my bad.
No.
My bad. Now.
Also, another football program is too soft to take questions.
Oh.
Find out who's following in Prime's footsteps in the happy hour at 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The football is back. Happy hour is on the air. The sun is shining.
It's a billion degrees
It's a
outside.
billion degrees, but this weekend it's going to be amazing. Football will be on. Nebraska's playing. They're going to win.
Are you going to be like this every week?
Excited? Happy to be at work? Talking to you?
Treating it like it's the first week of the season. I thought last weekend was the first week of the season.
That's why I said football's back, because we watched games this weekend. Sorry, folks. John's not excited. I'm excited. This is great news.
I do like Nick's new graphic of Josh as the football
Nick's doing a
pervert.
great job with the graphics lately.
Yeah.
I'm proud of our young boy.
Football pervert
Spry
Josh.
young boy.
Yeah, our spry young boy, Nick Grim. Hey, if that's what I
Larry
am,
through the binoculars.
you know what? I am the football pervert for our audience, which is also filled with perverts.
Wow, you're accusing our audience of being perverts.
That's messed up.
Of the football variety. You know what we don't have? Well, we do have some basketball perverts, but I don't want to hear from them. Stay away from me,
It's just
basketball.
Padilla, isn't it?
No, there's others. I follow this
You're
guy.
so intolerant.
I
You're
fo-
so intolerant of other people.
I follow this guy. He's always tweeting about Creighton. And I'm like, get out of here. It's August. I don't want to hear about your basketball seasons.
Yeah, but you have to follow John.
Oh, got him.
Ah.
That's other guys, too. How do we
well,
get rid
speaking
those
of football
people?
perverts,
Yeah. Tell me more.
the San Diego Chard, I'm sorry, the Los Angeles Chard.
Chargers, John.
We're in
Chargers.
Dallas playing their last preseason game, and apparently the only way the Cowboys felt they could win is by sabotaging the team hotel's elevator. So,
Oh, no, they sabotaged it also by sabotaging the Chargers. My bad. I was going to make a Trey Lance joke. He threw 5 picks.
but some of the Chargers, including quarterback Justin Herbert, was stuck in a hotel elevator for several minutes. Had to bring the fire department in to free them.
You know, if he wasn't a mid quarterback, he wouldn't have been stuck in the elevator.
Have that in mind, Nick, for a content question that you wrote for later.
So Herbert's one of those players.
Yeah.
And of course, Harbaugh couldn't miss a moment being a football pervert by just being a weirdo.
No, he's being cool.
He's just a weirdo.
He's so cool. He's
I
tight.
wish we had the audio of this because I
Audio.
guarantee you it
Audio.
sounds creepier than it
Creepy.
reads.
Or normal.
That's a shared experience that brought them closer together. I just missed it being on that elevator. It was like, wish I could have been there with those guys, but Justin Herbert was. This is a guy who wants to get stuck on an elevator.
Because he's a football guy. He wants to hang out with
He's
his
a
fellow
football pervert.
his fellow football men.
Harbaugh said every person who came off the elevator was sweating except for Herbert,
Oh.
and some of the players had removed their shirts. Quote, Justin Herbert, his hair was a little wet, but his shirt was completely dry. That was just another thing that blew me away. The guy is just a beast.
Look at
Why
that!
does that read like a novel that your aunt would get at the airport?
Ha! Ha! Those books are just for perverts. perverts.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh's
Harlequin?
Jim Harbaugh's form of a Harlequin romance novel.
I don't know who that is. Is she a pervert lady?
They're the famous novels, the
Like
look
Fabio?
up Harlequin.
Is that
yeah,
like Fabio?
yeah.
Harlem?
Harlequin.
Okay. I don't
It's
know
the
this.
brand. It's the publisher.
Not Harley Quinn.
Harlequin.
Okay.
I don't know how it's spelled. But yeah, that would be Harbaugh's version of a Harlequin romance novel is shirtless football guys getting stuck on an elevator together and having to bond in some kind of a team chemistry exercise.
Yeah, well, it's good that Herbert wasn't sweating. He's getting ready to win the AFC West this year. Many are saying, John, many are starting to view my takes as the correct ones.
I haven't seen anybody else but you.
That's fine. That's
with
fine.
these takes.
I'd love to be out on an island because when I'm right, I am going to tell everybody about it. I'm going to be yelling off the top of a mountain about how I was right and you all were wrong.
An island mountain?
What?
Well, you said you're on an island, but then you're going to be yelling from a mountain.
Islands have mountains. People forget, Nick, that islands actually were mountains. Or if you just removed the ocean, it would just be a mountain. It is.
I had not noticed this, but I was reading.
Have you seen this? Have you noticed this?
I was reading an article today, and it just listed the college football committee, the playoff committee.
Sure.
Did you know that there are 2 direct Nebraska ties on the committee?
Let's see. I knew Mike Riley's involved, right?
Mike Riley's on the committee.
I knew that he is on. Who else is on?
Will Shields.
What?
Will Shields is on the committee.
Jack Mitchell was at his wedding.
And if you want to include former rumored Nebraska head coach Jim Grobe of Wake Forest, he's on the committee. Interestingly enough, though, the committee chair is the athletic director at Michigan, a program that, of course, notoriously cheated their way to a title last year. Yes, Ward Manuel is the committee chair this year. Also, a former Husker foil or rival, Gary Pinkel, is on the committee.
Oh, from Missouri.
The former Missouri
Didn't
coach.
he have some health issues? I'm happy
He
he's
did,
doing-
but I believe he's doing well enough he can serve on the committee.
That's
so that
good. Good
that
news.
that is very good news.
Oh, that's awesome news.
Very good news. But yeah, 2 direct Nebraska ties, Will Shields and Mike Riley, on the committee.
Well, we know that Nebraska is going to get a little love late in the year then, or maybe hatred from Riley because they fired him.
Possibly.
Happer's meme guy texts in, go back to your home on Football Pervert Island. I'd love to be surrounded by my fellow football perverts. We love the sport of football. This is our time, Nick.
Yeah.
College is back. The NFL is but a few days away. You know, next Thursday.
A week from Thursday.
You know what I'll be doing, Nick?
Watching the Chiefs get beaten by the Ravens.
I disagree. But before that, wings.
Oh, happy birthday.
How exciting is I know what I'm going to say for what's for dinner.
Well, that'll be one time out of the week we'll actually know what's for dinner. Well, speaking of Nebraska, let's get to some Matt Rule audio from today's Week 1 press conference.
The harder you get coached, the more we have to then coach.
The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man.
We're going to absolutely murder you. I just think grass is better. Our kids, they're on an iPad nowadays. They're on their phone. They're doing something, and there's just not a lot of frustration in their everyday lives. It's 4th and goal every single day in our building. A lot of times coaches will say, like, hey, we're going to keep it vanilla. We're not doing that. It's painful right now. It's painful. It's painful.
If we die, we die.
So what did Matt Rule have to say today? Well, the first thing that was noticed by many as the first depth chart was announced was that the top 4 running backs, well, they were all separated by that infamous 2-letter word OR, or.
Yeah, the first thing that I did when I opened up the depth chart was I wanted to look to see on, you know what it actually was, John? It was the kicker. I wanted to see what he had listed there.
And it's an or at kicker as well.
It's an or at kicker. And then I went to look for the running backs, and that one, and I noticed the lack of ors in general. All over the document. I noticed the lack of them, except
There's no
for there.
other position. The only ors on this depth chart are all at running back, place kicker, kickoff specialist, and kick returner. Though technically, I mean, if you have 2 guys back, it's probably going to be those 2 guys.
Yeah.
But yes, Ramir Johnson, Emmett Johnson, Gabe Ervin, and Dante Dowdell. And by the way, if you're looking into anything in terms of, well, but what order are they listed in? Well, they're listed in order by the jersey number. So technically, they're all number 1s.
Yeah, so nothing really to learn from it otherwise.
And here is what Matt Rule had to say about it today.
I think we're going to play them all. Yeah, we're going to play them all. So, we kind of have different roles for all of them. And, Big Ten plays 4 weeks away. So I feel like I was hoping we'd be a little bit more dialed in on where they are. But I feel like they've all competed enough that we're going to give them all a chance. and make some decisions probably 3 weeks down the line. Might illuminate itself obviously earlier, but they're all doing really good things. And so, that's the one position we're probably not quite, we're still quite unsettled on that in kicker.
Yeah, I'm already regretting what I said on Friday.
So what did you say? What was the exact verbiage?
Well, we just talked about something about the team you're feeling more optimistic about.
Than you were earlier. Yeah, so
And
why
I said-
were you?
I didn't think they would have 3 oars on the depth chart. And quite frankly, listening to Matt Rule talk about it today, and maybe I should have been listening a little bit more intently earlier when Rule said a couple of weeks ago that no one had really separated themselves yet.
Yeah, I've long viewed that as a negative, not a positive. Because look, there's a real world where this is actually a good thing, right? Where like they're actually all so good that still no one is separated.
But did anything in that answer,
No.
as he said it, give you the indication? It almost sounds like they're looking for the guy that checks the most boxes in terms of what it is they're looking for. And we talked about it earlier with Mitch Sherman.
Yeah.
But pass protection's in there. Big play running ability, third down ability, catching the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but it doesn't sound like there's somebody in this group that can do everything.
Nope, there's not.
That maybe somebody can do 2 out of the 4 things, or 3 out of the 4 things, or 1 out of the 4 things.
4-yard carry turns into an 80-yarder. But I mean, he started off the answer with the 4-yard carry turning into a 12-yarder. I just think that they are hoping for something to happen that makes it obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But I would also add that's just not in the cards for this group. And
remember, this is a year where the quarterback run game isn't going to be bailing them out of anything on the regular.
No. And
I mean, there might be the occasional scramble, but it's not going to be a big part of the offense.
Yeah, and John, I don't remember if I ever ended up giving this exact stat as I pull it up, but when you were gone a couple of Mondays ago, I had a stat from Stu Manji as I pull up my sheet just to make sure that I have it all written down in the exact right way. Let's see, where was it? Oh, it's on the other one. But the running backs that they have had, okay, here it is. Gabe Irvin, Ramir Johnson, this is from Stu Manji, have played a combined 8 seasons of football at Nebraska and have just 1 season in which either player rushed for more than 200 yards in a season. 200 yards. 9 combined rushing touchdowns in 8 years. Now, that's a wild stat. The second one, though, is, I think, even crazier, and it goes back again to the rule 4 yards turns into 80. Nebraska running backs have combined for 374 carries at the FBS level. Just one of them has gone for more than 30 yards. Ramir, 44 yards versus Colorado last year when they were down 29 points.
Mm-hmm.
So think about that. He is hoping for something that hasn't happened with this group. He's hoping for an 80-yard carry. It's never happened with any of these players at Nebraska. And that's not to say, to go back to the Satterfield discussion, that's not to say that it cannot happen. I'm definitely not going to say that. But wow, there's a lot of evidence that says they don't have home run hitters. I think that they have a solid floor. The floor is solid. The ceiling, though, it's like a 3-story building right now. Solid floor, built on good concrete, doesn't go very high, though.
Well, you got a bunch of singles hitters, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
You got a bunch of singles hitters right now, which is fine or can be fine, but this is your running game.
Yep.
Again, you don't have the crutch of quarterback running game anymore.
Correct.
And so, yeah, that just, I don't know. That was disappointing to see that no one has. I could understand if maybe the top 2, but the fact that all 4, I hope I'm just overreacting to this, but I don't know.
I think it's fine to be very concerned about this group. I think it's fine to be.
All right, let's get to some positive things.
All right.
Jamal Banks is the only single-digit player on the offense.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're saying, wait a minute, well, I thought you said you were going to make it a positive. Well, I am. Here was Matt Rule talking about Banks today and the impact he has had in the program, and they haven't even played a game yet.
He's here to help affect other people. Like, there's not a day that I'm not blown away by his impact on other people. He just lives such a life of gratitude. And I mean, he is an amazing, amazing person. And so I think he's had a really good effect, on those guys. And then his professionalism, him and Nayor have brought a tremendous sense of professionalism to an already really good group. And so, it's going to be kind of funny out there. You're going to have, You're going to have Nayor, playing at his third school, fourth or fifth year senior in one play, and then you're going to have Jacory playing his first college game, probably the next rep. So it's kind of it's a fun time to be at Nebraska with these guys. But Jamal really is. And what's great about Jamal's voting? The guys on defense voted for him. The O-line voted for him. He's respected by everybody.
Rule went on to say that Banks' impact will be felt long after he's gone. So they really like what he has brought internally to the team. Now we'll see how much it translates to the field. And he is certainly a prime candidate for being the number one receiver this year in terms of productivity. And we'll answer that question later this week in 10 questions.
Yeah, I think an argument against him being the number one player in productivity would be, I'd give you two. One would be obviously the worst case, and that's an injury. But the other would be maybe he's just not as explosive as one of those other guys, and they're getting some of the longer catches. But I think that he's going to be that player. It really seems like he has represented the program in the exact way that they have wanted to.
Another guy who's doing that is the guy who's listed as the number one slot receiver, Janiron Bonner.
We just said, hey, let's put him in the slot and see how physical he can be, trying to win third down with, big people like that. And he's just done excellent. So, we can be in 11 personnel and all of a sudden get under center and have him be the fullback still. There's lots of things you can do with a guy like Janiron, but at the end of the day, he's just a winner. He's tough, really tough. He kind of emblematic of the type of guys I love to coach. And again, as we talk about positionless football, I think throughout the course of the year, you'll see him do a lot of things, the versatility that he brings.
By the way, we should mention that number 3 at slot, Carter Nelson.
Yeah.
With Garcia Castaneda, number 2 at slot receiver. So, Carter Nelson, who was put into that spot just to get him more reps and get him on the field more often, does make an appearance on this depth chart.
Yeah.
And how interesting is it that of we'll call them the top 9 receivers, the guys who primarily started last year or in years past, Garcia Castaneda second at slot, Jalen Lloyd second behind Banks, Coleman third behind Banks and Lloyd, and Bullock third between Nair and Barney. They have completely remade this room. Yet there are still guys, and Coleman was asked about today, and he's been
injured,
nursing some injuries.
Yeah.
So that's part of the reason why he's not really factoring in at this point. But they really went out to remake this receiver room knowing, hey, this is where we're going to have to move the ball on offense. We've got a quarterback that can throw it. Not sure about our running game right now, but we need guys who can make catches and make plays on the perimeter. And we didn't even mention tight end.
Yeah, Kyle says everyone is hoping for a lot of players to do things they have never done before to get to 7 to 8 wins, not just running backs. And there is certainly a fairness to that statement. They're going to have a true freshman. He's never played at this level. Nayor, who is going to be one of the starters, he hasn't really had a full season in a couple of years. Banks, he has certainly had good production, so I don't think that I would include him in that category. But a lot of the other guys, there's going to be an expectation and a hope from those receivers that you just kind of went through that they're going to have to do. They're going to have to do this. If Nebraska's going to win, as Jack says, 7, or certainly as Mitch Sherman says, 8 games this year, the wide receivers are going to have to do that. Now, I'm a believer in them, and I have been for a while. But it certainly is a group filled with players that have either not done it or it's been a while since they have.
And the guy throwing it to him is a grinder.
He texted me every night last week, may I please be late to curfew? And he'd send he's still in the building, right? And so I come in this morning to get my little old man workout in, and I go in, there's music in the cardio room. I'm like, who's in here? And he's in there riding the bike this morning at 6 a.m. So he understands that, to get all that, you have to have work. And, and I remind him, like, this position, when you're the quarterback at the University of Nebraska, you better be ready to ride the highs and lows, and your life better not be about what other people think about you. You know what I mean? It better not be that. And I think, he and his family have instilled that in him. So,
man, most college kids break curfew. They're out partying and doing things. What's Dylan doing? Studying film. Some might say that's
a football pervert.
A perversion.
Oh, I love it. That's what we love to see.
Perversion.
Put him on the graphic with me, Nick.
Josh Peterson here for perverts.
Handshake. No, for football versions, Nick. Football perverts.
This was an interesting answer today because he was really in connection with what Nebraska may need to do against UTEP because of the way they play defensively. And it was really about playmakers having to go and do their thing, not so much out scheming a team like this.
We have big receivers, so we're going to face a really aggressive defense. They'll play man on us, and so there's going to have to be a lot of big body catches. And instead of trying to scheme up the perfect play, like we're just going to call plays and let the fellas go in. And so when you have guys you believe in, you got to let them go in. And Sat's got it all at his fingertips, and the offense has worked really hard since the first week of June on these plays. Like, we're not going to go out there and reinvent the wheel. We're not tricking anybody. Like, we know what we're doing. We're going to go out there and do it and see what happens.
Sat has it all at his fingertips, Josh. Hope that gives you ultimate confidence.
It does not, but it's rare to have ultimate confidence in anything.
But it's a great point because in games like this, your superior talent should win out. You shouldn't have to necessarily go out and out scheme a UTEP.
Mm-hmm.
Go out, big body receivers make a big boy catch. Big bodied running backs get the extra yardage. Big time quarterbacks make the extra throw. Big time offensive line, give that quarterback an extra half second to get the ball off.
Yeah, for sure.
Or open up that hole for the running game.
And ultimately, the season's going to come down to those little tiny moments over and over and over again.
So there's a little bit of the highlights today from Matt Rule's press session.
Jeremy in Texas texts into the show. I'd be more concerned if the quarterbacks were oars. Running backs are almost always by committee. Fair to a point. Fair
Not
to a point.
this much.
Correct, and that's the point. It's one thing to have like a starter and then 3 backups who they haven't decided on. That's one difference. Again, though, like part of this too is I will admit, I've gone into this whole offseason, and now it nears its end. It's merciful end. Not believing in this group. This was not something that made me change my tune at all about the running back group. But I'm not viewing this as maybe it's because they're all good. I'm viewing it as because no one has stepped up. And certainly the Rule audio.
Well, if they were all good, I guarantee you there would have been somebody who was like, Nebraska had all good running backs back in the day, but they had one that stood out from among the rest. His name was Amon, or his name was Lawrence, or his name was Rozier.
Yeah, sure.
His name was Amir Abdullah, or his name was Ken Clark, or whatever.
Yeah.
But they had a lot of good guys behind him. The answer that Rule gave there was more of a, they're all playing hard. They're all trying hard. And that's great. But
Sure.
You want somebody to stand out because, man, that's a guy we got to have on the field. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for guys you got to have on the field. And right now, it doesn't appear like in the running back room that they have a guy that they've got to have out there. It's almost like a guy we need to have out there because
you literally have to have a running back.
Because we have to have the position, because if we're going to run the ball, this is the guy that's going to have to do it.
100%.
Still to come, we have some content, including some good news for someone we saw in Omaha last year. Also, a new line of jewelry provided by O.J. Simpson.
Oh.
He's dead.
Oh.
The actor?
He was an actor, yes.
Nice, Nick.
Thanks.
He also, his best acting job was convincing the world that he wasn't a murderer.
Indeed.
Should have won an Academy Award. Instead, he won his freedom.
Hey, 94 was a tough year, man. Good movies.
1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. It's week 1 of college football, which means it's week 1 if you haven't already started using it, using your new sportsbook, Circus Sports Iowa. With tight money line splits, no account limiting when you win a lot, and the hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in the state of Iowa, Circus Sports Iowa is the only sportsbook you need this football season. Let's look at a few of those tight money line splits, shall we? Remember Georgia Southern, plus 340 to beat Boise State. Florida's only plus 125 on Miami, and new to the Big Ten UCLA, minus 550 at Hawaii. These games and more are just waiting for you to play along with on the Circus Sports Iowa app. Of course, they've also got lines up for next week when pro football starts, and you still have plenty of time to get into the Circus Sports Contest, Circa Million 6 and Circus Survivor. $16 million in total winnings between both of those, by the way, and there's no rake. Details for those at circusports.com. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and download your new sportsbook today. Download Circa Sports Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Well, last week, a.k.a. Dion, a.k.a. Coach Prime, a.k.a. Soft,
Yikes.
banned
Mr.
a
Sharman.
columnist from the Denver Post from asking any more questions of he or any of the Colorado football program because they hurt Dion's feelings.
Yeah.
Well, you might remember there was an encounter last year on the Dabo Sweeney call-in show.
Oh, yeah.
From Tyler from Spartanburg.
That's who he was.
We had this audio. I don't think we have it anymore, but he was basically challenging Dabo and his $11 million salary. He said, you make $11.5 million a year. That's second in college football, if I'm not mistaken. I'm curious why that salary has led to a 4-4 record. after the 2019 or 2018 national title, something changed. And there seems to be a lot of arrogance that came in. There's a lot of friends and family. I mean, 3 of the 10 on-field football coaches are external experienced hires. Everyone else is an internal hire that had no experience before or was a former player or friend. So I'm curious, why are we paying you $11.5 million to go 4-4? And it's not just this year. It's just been the refusal to accept ... And that's when Dabo jumped in and said, I've heard enough of you.
Yeah. And this has obviously been a criticism that's been levied at Dabo for the last few years. Their lack of going into the portal, their lack of roster turnover. Some people like it because it's old school, but if you're a Clemson fan that got used to being in the national championship picture, you miss being in the national championship picture, and they're not really in that picture anymore. And I think a lot of it is self-inflicted. Though, on the other hand, they also had 2 incredible quarterbacks in Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence who were able to help them win national championships. And when you drop off, even just a little bit at quarterback, and they've dropped off a lot at quarterback, it's going to make it harder for you.
Well, the good news is Dabo won't have to deal with that anymore because Dabo's call-in show is no longer a call-in show. Posted today, it's official. Clemson football coach Dabo Swinney will no longer take live calls from fans on his weekly radio show. The new format is called Tiger Sports Hour with Dabo Swinney. Fans will be able to submit questions to him via text or email. The first show is tonight on 105.5 The Roar.
Nice. I have not been one to defend Dabo, but
you're going to defend this?
No, let me ask this. Are call-in shows with the head coach in 2024 still is that what you want as the consumer? Like when you listen to Matt Rule on the radio, do you want as a consumer, if you're a Husker fan listening to Matt Rule, I guess if you get your question answered, you're probably like, this is sweet.
I mean,
but do you want that?
Some people want an echo chamber. That's what these are. These shows are echo chambers.
Not always, because sometimes you get calls like this. Bo's had run-ins in the past,
sure,
with fans. Sometimes, and I'm not advocating that, because we get this all the time of, the fans should just be at the press conference. They'll ask better questions than the media does, and most often the times they don't. But there are times where you'll get moments like this that do make for interesting radio.
Yeah. I just don't know. It's for me, again, as a consumer, that's not what I want. But I understand your point of view of saying it's good to get interesting and differing questions.
Would you make the same point about people calling in a post-game radio show?
Never, John. I love that show and everything about it.
Because it's the same people. The same people that call into coaches' shows probably call into post-game radio.
I love that show. And I've never complained about it one time.
I don't.
That's not the content I look for, though, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I'm different or if a lot of people are like
What if it was a coach's show at double speed?
Well, no. Also, I don't really.
I mean, it is different than what you normally get with the head coach. Because normally what you get with the head coach is whatever at the podium or whatever on his
Sure, of course it's different.
Show.
I'm just saying that's not I don't search that out. I don't listen to Mike McCarthy taking calls from Cowboys fans, that's not what I want from I don't listen to Matt Rule take calls. I don't want that. Do you? Do you listen do you search for that?
I don't search for it, but it's not just about me. It's about what the general fan
Well, that's what I'm
population
asking,
wants.
And that's why I'm wondering, am I unique or am I...
Well, we know you're a football pervert.
Definitely. Jordan says just ask the questions from the YouTube stream. Absolutely. Hey, Coach, look at Jordan from the YouTube stream wants to know what's up with your running back room.
I think especially with college football, I think it's good to have this connectivity with the fans.
Yeah.
I guess you can make the argument in pro sports as well, though it doesn't typically happen. I mean, usually I don't know if any pro coaches do any call-in shows.
Yeah, probably not.
I don't think any of them
it's definitely more of a college thing, for sure. Happer's Meme Guy says, nobody seeking out a call-in show of any sort is under the age of 40. Yeah, is this a generational thing?
Wow,
my generation?
Just throwing Big Red Overreaction under the bus here.
I love Big Red Overreaction. I can't wait to host it.
Are we canceling? Is cancel culture come for Big Red Overreaction?
Absolutely
because
not.
no one's seeking it out?
We'll be on the air for it this Saturday.
I don't know about you, but I don't feel like hosting 2 hours without calls.
I'm not going to be here on Saturday, man.
Well, I'm just saying in general, just doing the show in general. I would not want to do that show if we weren't taking calls. That's the whole point. The whole point is to hear from you, the most important voice of all, yours.
So if the bosses came down and said no more calls, you're just going to read tweets and that's right. You love talking to people, though.
What's wrong with talking to people?
It's just this like pretend complaint of yours. I never talk to you on the phone. You never just give me a call. You never call me on the weekend and say, "Hey,
I'm talking to you 4 hours every day for 5 days a week."
Hey, Josh, how's your weekend going? You want to chat?
I can do that on Monday when I see you when we come
DM
into
me
the
though.
studio.
You'd send me videos. Hey, here's the Super 70 Sports tweet. You never call me.
I'm sorry that your generation hates, verbal contact.
I'm talking to you right now. I love talking.
Well, then why do you have a problem with this? I do not want to be reading tweets all the time. I would much rather hear from the people directly.
I like reading the tweets.
Tweet boy.
And the YouTube comments. Jordan says, we pay their salaries. We demand they answer our questions. Yeah, well, now he's not going to get asked any tough questions.
What?
Well, that's just Dabo.
Dabo, you're so good.
Matt Rule, don't follow in either Dabo or Dion's footsteps, please.
Yeah, which media member would they even ban? There's not even any, I don't feel like we have any mean media members. We're all so nice.
Well, Matt, come over here for a second. Matt, come here.
Matt Rule?
You're,
Matt
listen.
Yeah?
If you're looking for someone to ban, I had someone today ask a question about what's at stake for the offensive coordinator. Basically put your OC on the hot seat. I think you should ban this guy. Or better yet, make him host every Big Red overreaction with no calls, and all he gets to do is read tweets and YouTube comments.
I love reading comments. I love our YouTube comments. I love seeing Levi
I don't dislike them, but I would not
them,
want to host an entire call or entire post-game show doing just that.
Levi in Colorado says, I do love hearing the terrible and almost always drunk takes on Big Red overreaction.
Well, you're not going to get it with Dabo Sweeney anymore.
Definitely not.
When I said echo chamber earlier, I did mean what this show is turning into, because they're going to be able to filter I doubt Dabo's going to field any.
You think this show's an echo chamber?
The one that Dabo's turned
you're
into?
talking about that show.
Yeah. He's not going to field any tough questions.
Of course
so that's earlier when you said, is there a place for radio like this? I thought you meant like that, what that show's turning into.
No.
The echo chamber.
No.
Because that's what that will be.
Oh, of course it will be.
Well, coming up next, we have baseball questions.
Oh, hell yeah. Baseball. Let's do this.
And there's a basketball video. Oh, man, we're covering sports.
Don't tell Padilla.
Zach says, a lot of overlap in the Venn diagram of people calling into Coach's Show and the people that are whining about having to pay with a card at Memorial Stadium.
I don't know if you can say that necessarily.
I didn't realize this was an olds versus youngs thing. Well, I guess it does make sense given the proclivity for youngs not to talk on the phone.
That's true. You don't like that. You like to hide behind aliases.
Like Josh. Or Grim.
That's how bad your alias is. What's your alias, Josh?
Josh, it's me.
Oh, but there's a lot of Joshes. So
There are. Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, I work with multiple Joshes.
Yeah, but all they have to do is search out the Josh with the bad takes, and they know it's you.
Oh, that's salesperson Josh.
I say, you think his takes are worse than salesperson Josh's?
Worst takes. That guy thinks Colorado's going to be good and likes Deion Sanders still.
I do like his
The
takes on
turn, the turn when that goes poorly is going to be so much fun. It's going to be so funny. So funny.
We will continue with more in a minute on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Why the hell are they replaying that game?
I don't know. Great question.
Michigan Iowa Conference Championship game from last year.
Yeah.
Gross.
John, I know that outside right now it does not feel like it, but fall is around the corner. And 1620 The Zone is giving you, well, not you, you work here, but the listeners a
The
chance to
royal
win
you.
season passes to Vala's Pumpkin Patch 2. 2024 season passes to Vala's. Enjoy all the fall family fun that Vala's has to offer. Enter to win right now. 1620thezone.com.
By the way, just up the road from Vala's, of course, there's another great Nebraska landmark. You will notice
That church thingy?
No, not the church thing. A little bit further down the road on the other side of the Platte
the
River.
barn.
He got a new sign.
A new
A
T
new
barn?
T sign.
Oh, so it's not faded anymore?
Yeah,
Is
the
it still
old
bright red?
So I'm trying to remember, when did the Trump sign go up on the Trump barn? Was it 16?
The first
Or was
time
it-
I remember it was 17. Like after
So it was
he
during
won.
during his first presidency.
Yes.
Yeah, they finally replaced it.
Yeah.
It's a new Trump sign.
Does it say Buki?
No, it just says Trump.
Trump, but it's a bright
So
red
another
again?
new landmark. It's bright red again, but the letters are like shorter and wider.
Oh.
You'll notice.
Old English
It's
font.
like
yeah.
a different font.
I'll be going down there in 10 days, 11 days, whatever it is. 10 days for the 11 days for the
So just
Colorado
those
game.
of you who like to
12
look for
days.
your photo ops, just know that the sign is now more visible.
There you go, Nick.
Very nice. Mike Sando of The Athletic put out his annual QB tiers column where 50 NFL coaches and executives rank every quarterback in the NFL. Tier 1 included 3 guys this year: Mahomes, Burrow, and Allen. Tier 2 had 11 quarterbacks, including Jackson, Stafford, Herbert, Rodgers, Stroud, Dak, Hurts, Purdy, and Love. Anything jump out at you?
I was very excited for Nick to read the word Herbert. Because,
Well, you realize that Herbert also dropped it. He was in tier 1 last year.
dude, the execs love him because he has a big arm and he can run around a little bit.
And he doesn't sweat in
He
elevators.
doesn't sweat in sticky, hot elevators.
You want a hot take? I'll give you a hot take.
Give it to me.
I think Mahomes is in tier 1 by himself.
I would agree. For the record, the tier system is based off of an average grade. And so if
Yeah.
it's 1.0 to 1.5. And so if you fall under that parameter, you get to go into tier 1. But I'm with you. He is by himself. Also, I think Allen is still I'm an Allen guy more than a Burrow guy. I know Burrow's
I'm a Burrow guy more than an Allen
I know
guy.
Burrow's gone to the Super Bowl, but Burrow is also hurt like all the time. Josh Allen is indestructible. And if you gave Josh Allen the weapons that Burrow has, I think that they would have gone to the Super Bowl as well. There was another one that in here that I was a little surprised by. I was surprised that Kirk Cousins was still as high as he is, and that he was ahead of Jordan Love. I figured that Love was going to get a lot of the
Well,
get
he
a lot
did.
of
If
the
you
love.
notice, Purdy
Nice.
and Love jumped up 2 whole tiers.
Yeah, I kind of thought he would actually jump up a little bit higher.
2
though.
whole tiers.
Yeah.
I'm not as much surprised by that, but the fact that, those were the 2 guys that went up.
Also, Deshaun Watson, get the hell out of tier 3. That guy sucks. And until everyone needs to recognize that he is bad. It's not forget that he's a creep. He's a bad quarterback now. He's if you look at all the metrics since he's gone to the Browns, he's one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. Full stop. Full stop. He's not a tier 3 quarterback.
If the wind blows wrong, he gets injured.
Nick, by the way, Tua was the top quarterback of tier 3.
I'll take tier 3.
15th ranked
I
quarterback.
wouldn't take tier 3 if I were you. I would demand on more.
Demand more, Nick.
With 2 home runs on Sunday, Aaron Judge is now on pace to hit 63 home runs this season, which would break his own AL record of 62 that he set in 2022. Think he'll do it?
Yes.
Yes.
He's on a tear right now, man. He's
Baseball!
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it too much more. Nick, next question.
The Royals!
Oh, they got a win today. Let's go, Royals, my favorite team.
Nice hat. Fans were all excited after blowing out the Phillies Friday night, but then reality hit and the Phils returned the favor both Saturday and Sunday at Kauffman Stadium. John, Is this the reckoning you have warned Royal Rooters about?
No, not yet.
Interesting.
As the only truth teller about the 2024 Kansas City Royals, I'm not going to overreact, especially because they did get a nice little bounce back win today over Cleveland. But this is the stretch. The stretch has just begun of 20 straight against teams with a winning record.
And they got so far they're 2-2 in that stretch. I'd say that's pretty damn good, John. Pretty damn good.
Man, did they get waxed the last 2
Yeah,
days?
it doesn't matter. Close only
Yes.
matters in horseshoes and hand grenades, John.
And nukes.
And nukes. People forget about nuclear warheads.
The White Sox became the first team since the 1916 Philadelphia A's to reach 100 losses so quickly in a major league season. The 31-100 White Sox must avoid losing more than 19 of their last 31 games to avoid tying the 1962 Mets and their 120 losses. Can they do it?
Man, we've been following this story since April, right? It's going to go down to the wire. I really go back and forth on if they are going to have more losses or if they are going to have fewer losses. You know what? Ultimately, very on brand, push. They will finish with 120 losses.
No, they're going to do it. Come on, White Sox.
We believe in you, White Sox.
You can't get this close and then give up the ghost right now. You've got to go for it. You've got to make it happen. We'll get you another update on their pace tomorrow with Mike Farron.
Nice.
Former LSU College World Series start Dylan Cruz. Star. I was very confused about why I wrote it that way.
Why did you write it start?
Yeah, why'd you have a T there,
Yeah,
Nick?
I don't know.
That doesn't
He
make
loves
a whole
President
lot of sense.
T, so he adds T's to weird words.
Makes
Anyway,
sense.
Dylan Cruz. He's going to make his major league debut this week. He called his mom while she was grocery shopping to tell her the news.
Can you hear me?
What's up, Mom?
Hey, honey.
What you up to?
Oh, I'm at Wayne Dixie. I'm gonna get some dinner.
Sweet.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Nothing much. Just hanging out here at the field right now. But you got any plans coming up this next few days?
Absolutely not.
Well, good, because you're going to come watch you play at National Spark against the Yankees on Monday.
Oh my God, honey. I'm so excited for you.
Imagine getting that call at the Winn-Dixie while you're shopping in the aisles and saying, damn these prices! Freaking fight inflation! But my son is a major leaguer, so now I can afford all this stuff.
It's the nicest impression you've ever done of a woman, John.
That is.
Yeah.
Although the deepest voice you've ever
Yes,
used for
not,
a woman.
Oh, Dylan, I'm so happy for you. That's what you normally do. That's cool, man. That's awesome. Good for her. She'll never forget where she was. She was at a grocery store.
A Winn-Dixie.
A Winn-Dixie.
Winn-Dixie.
This is the guy that some people thought should have been drafted above Paul Skeens, right?
Well,
They were wrong.
Because pitchers' arms can fall off at any given time. He had the arm and then it went away.
They just Mr. Potato Head off
yeah,
the body.
exactly.
by the way, the game has just started, and Dylan Cruz.
Oh, he's already trailing. His mom's watching a horrible game.
And guess what? Another Yankee home run.
What position does Dylan play?
Dylan's on the outfield. Center
Is he
field.
going to start or is he just going?
I didn't look to see if he was starting or not.
Good luck to Dylan.
The remains of America's most famous murderer, O.J. Simpson.
Oh, poll question. Is he the most famous murderer?
Have been turned into cremation jewelry. What do you suppose this jewelry looks like?
So we don't know the answer to that, right, John?
Well,
I got a couple ideas for you.
Usually they put
a knife, a Heisman. Just lean into it, right? You could have some of the glove, but two gloves. One of them's a little tinier.
They can bedazzle the barrel of a gun or something,
Oh,
and
perfect.
it'll have OJ's remains in it.
Bronco.
Or
Imagine
maybe
that, a Bronco
Or
with his
maybe
remains.
some of the gunpowder could be some of OJ's ashes.
Wait, gunpowder? I thought he was a knife guy.
Well,
Didn't he stab?
He did. He was a stabby
He's
stab.
a little stabby.
Yeah. There you go.
Also, really quick, guys, I've got an update for you on Brandon Ayuk.
Oh?
He's still on the 49ers.
Oh.
Is he ever going to get traded?
No. I think he's going to be a 49er. At least to start the season, he'll be a 49er.
I think he's going to get traded.
Yeah, before the year.
Yes.
That'd be fun.
Put
That'd
it
be
down
fun.
right now.
All right, I'll put it on the list.
He's getting
Yes.
traded.
All right, I'm putting it on the list.
Getting traded. And that's content. Gosh, didn't even get to our basketball stuff today. I know Josh is very disappointed.
Oh, yeah, bummer.
I know we teased it. I'm sorry.
Well, we have dinner coming up next.
Yes, we do.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, we made the homemade pizzas last night.
Oh, yum.
And we have plenty left over, so.
In your tub.
Do you like sun-dried? I know you're not a big fan of raw tomatoes. Do you like sun-dried tomatoes?
They're okay.
The intensity, the flavor is really good. I like putting those on my homemade pizza.
Yeah?
So good.
Have a little leftovers tonight?
Yep.
We are doing, let's see, she texted me about it. It's some sort of a breakfast situation, breakfast skillet type situation.
Oh.
She made a bunch of spicy sausage last night that we have. So we'll be doing that. Looking forward to it.
Sounds good. Not homemade, but I will also be having leftover pizza.
Oh, the Za boys. You guys should talk on the phone. See, you always talk to me during the show. We talk forever, but Nick, nary a peep sometimes. Maybe you could
Well,
call
he was
him.
busy today.
Maybe you guys start talking on the way home. Nick, why don't you give him a call? When you're done, he'll still be on the road.
He's still busy. He's doing stuff.
But in like a half hour, Nick will be done. You guys could talk on the phone. Hey, good show. Hey, it was a good show, John. Sorry, Nick.
Why is that your impression of me
I don't know,
now?
because it's everyone's impression of you.
Hey, it's me, Nick Grum. I'm Nick Hull.
Remember, you unplug that camera. You got to do it up there, John. You got to get close to that one.
Get that. Sorry.
John, do it again.
What do we have tomorrow
Whatever that thing is,
on
I
the
don't know.
Grum?
I almost feel like we need to save the best for last, but
Yeah,
the
didn't
best
notice that
is
you put
actually
his-
tomorrow.
You put his name last on our list of
Oh,
record
absolutely. I
predictions.
mean, we're talking about the reigning, defending, undisputed Husker expert of the show.
2 times in the last 3 years.
Mike Farron.
Wow.
Michael Bruntz.
Wow, nice get, Nick.
Steve Sipple.
Oh, but no Mitch Holtis.
Well,
was it weird today? We didn't have maybe a 25 teams and 25 Grums, and we didn't have Mitch Holtis.
I felt less stressed.
Wow.
So why were you so damn busy?
I was making football
We gave you
pervert
2 less
graphics.
things to do. You didn't
Wait,
have
when
to
was
call
he
Mitch,
busy?
and you didn't have to set up a 25 teams.
I was working on some graphics.
You should have been able to
Cool
take
things.
a nice little break, maybe take a nap, kick your feet up.
Yeah, Nick made some good graphics. We're gonna be more graphic pilled moving forward. It's gonna be good. Oh, and see, look, John.
we
John
sure?
doesn't like it when we talk about graphics.
No, I think he feels like he's getting forced out.
No one's
He
forcing me
likes to
out,
do
man.
his graphics.
As the master of the Grum Down, no one's forcing me out, baby.
Master. Okay, interesting. That's an interesting word.
Why not? Why?
I wouldn't call you the master
Of the Grum Down?
I mean, I put it together. I can put it together.
Only when I'm not
Yeah,
here.
both of you can both put it up late and have to stall for time while you get it uploaded.
Wow.
Just tell you, you'll see another Grum Down tomorrow.
There you go.
Put together by me
Along-
and only me.
And along with those great guests.
What
It's
if-
too bad that
Great,
it's not
great
all
guests.
football guests tomorrow, but what can you do? Soon baseball season will be over and we'll say, bye, Mike.
Well,
like
when
11
baseball,
did in
you realize when baseball
Stranger
season's
Things.
over,
Oh, no.
the very next week is college basketball season.
Thank God we don't have a regular college basketball guest on the show.
And then, not too long after that,
Okay, why are you can't get excited for college baseball in August?
I can and I am.
Why though? Why would you be excited for
Well,
that?
he heard Dylan Cruz's name and said, "Man, that reminds me of that College World Series 2 years ago. Wasn't that great?"
It was great.
By the way, don't
And
have-
speak of the devil, he is at the plate.
Oh, so
Dylan
he's starting.
Cruz,
That's awesome.
for his first major league AB. That's at bat for the kids who use the shorthand.
I haven't had a chance to read this, but Matt Norlander just sent out a tweet via Dennis Dodd on the Big 12 meeting.
Dennis.
6 schools lean in favor of adding UConn as of now. At least 2 are against it, and a few more beyond that group remain skeptical. Fox is also against the move, sources said.
That's because Fox has the Big East contract. They want to keep him in-house.
That might just be the answer right there. If the TV network is against it, they might all have to be against it.
That's a good point. Very good point. Well, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Nick will be busy again, making more graphics.
Bye.
Highlighting Josh's football